Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing? We're here early today. I'm a little bit early. And let me fix. Okay, we are ready or almost ready, right? Um, Hi, Carol. Good morning. Hi, Kumari. I thought I saw Kumari. Did I make a mistake? I thought I did. Maybe I made a mistake. But yeah, thank you, Carol, for being here so bright and early. Thank you. Perfect. Audio's on. Let me get the comments on stage. Um, let's see. I wish there was a way to get it to the left side. Can I move it? Hmm, It's not this one. Can I do this? No, I can't move the chat to the other side. I am always on time. And early. It's kind of a sickness, everybody. So to people that haven't been with us, I have been live streaming the Brian Walsh trial on revealing the crime, and it started last Monday. Today is day 8 of trial. Did I get that right? Yeah, today is day 8, and it might be the day that prosecution rests. So I wanted to go live on revealing the narc today just to make sure that, I just want to make sure people know so that if they're interested, they can join us on revealing the crime. So today might be wild. In the beginning of trial, we are going to be hearing from someone named Jem Matlow. Now, Jem Matlow is important because Jem was a friend of both Brian and his wife, Anna. Anna went missing on New Year's Day 2023, and Brian has um, confessed to conveying human remains, meaning he moved her. He has pled guilty to conveying human remains and also to misleading the police. He has not pled guilty to first degree murder. And the shock of the world was last Monday when we hear from the defense that his defense is that on that New Year's Eve evening, his wife went to bed. He went downstairs like the dutiful husband, cleaned up, washed some dishes, went back to bed, and found her deceased. And then he proceeded to convey human remains. What we've been seeing is some horrific testimony of what he actually did to her, allegedly. Now, I'm going to say it right now. Viewer discretion is advised. It is very dark. It is very twisted. It is very, I don't even know what words to say, but it is absolutely disgusting what this man did to his wife. Going back to Jem Mutlau was the very last person that may have seen Anna other than her family, her immediate family. She has 3 sons with Brian. And yes, absolutely horrific, Carol, absolutely horrific. So, what we're going to hear today is called a voir dire. And sorry that I pronounce it horribly, but the prosecution and the defense, without the jury there, are going to talk to Jem Matlow and see and come to an agreement whether or not he will be an official prosecution witness. And then the jury has been advised to show up to court an hour later than usual. And that hour later would be an hour from right now. So there's a lot going on. I'm wondering if there's anything that I missed. Everybody in the chat, if you have questions, please drop them in the comments. We'll answer them as best as we can. And I mean, the evidence of the conveying of the human body is that we've heard DNA evidence yesterday about tools that were found in a dumpster that had both Anna's and Brian's DNA on them. These tools including a hacksaw, a hatchet, horrific. There were towels and rugs that were found that contained DNA from one or both of them. And there's surveillance footage of him at multiple stores where um, he purchased cleanup items, hydrogen peroxide, ammonia, baking soda. Did I get that right? Baking soda. Um, and then the one that makes me the angriest, he went to Whole Foods. No, no, I'm sorry, not Whole Foods, Home Goods, bought items to clean up the mess he made, and he couldn't be bothered to pay with his own money. He used her store credit. He used her store credit to buy the cleanup items. This guy is a sicko. A sicko. Hi, Charlie. Let's see. Is there anything else I am? Hi, Kumari. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? Um, they haven't started yet. Today, instead of showing the fan, they're showing us the clock. And the clock seems like it's broken. You know what? Let me share my screen so you all can see that too. There was forensic digital evidence, yep, tied to the security footage. Um, let's get the screen ready. Okay, and then let me get my setup ready so that yeah, he's a sicko. I want to say he's definitely cluster B. He's a complete sicko. And I was trying to make this full screen like I have. Oh my gosh, I'm behind. Am I behind? No, we're still at the clock. Okay. Phew. I would hate to have missed some of this, but yeah, it still says I'm behind. Okay, we're good. We're good. Time for a new battery for the clock, right? Well, you know what? Actually, it is 9 o'clock over there. It's true. It is 9 o'clock over there. So my bad. I was wrong about about the time not being the right time. What other evidence have we heard? Okay, so let's talk about. Hello, Sue. Let's talk about Brian and Anna's relationship. Anna is from Serbia. She moved to the United States in about 2005, and she was working in hospitality. She worked very, very, very hard and ended up landing an amazing job in 2022, and we will get to that. She met Brian Walsh around 2015, and they got married shortly after. People called their romance what's the word, like it went really a whirlwind. They called it a whirlwind romance, which everybody, to me, whirlwind romance is a red flag. You're not giving each other enough time to get to know each other. Now, Brian has been a charlatan all his life. He defrauded his father out of $800,000 when his father passed away. In his will, he wrote, Brian, I wish you nothing but the best, but I am not leaving anything to you. And I am paraphrasing that. So had something to do along the lines with, hey, when you defrauded me of $800,000, there's your inheritance. Brian's mom and two sisters took his side over the father's side when Brian was doing all of his fraudulent activities. And because of that, yes, $800,000. And because of that, his sisters and mom were also left out of the will. Brian's mom had the reason her relationship with Brian's dad was destroyed was because of their disagreement on Brian. In about 2018, Brian, at this point, he's married to Anna. He tries to sell a counterfeit Andy Warhol painting. And because of this, he was under federal investigation and his DNA had been taken, a sample of his DNA had been taken, and a sample of Anna's had been taken too. Now, this is a question we want to answer. Why was Anna's DNA also taken in 2018? I don't know if they were curious if she had anything to do with the Andy Warhol paintings. So Brian never really held a job in his life. Anna was really the breadwinner. And in 2022, Brian was still awaiting sentencing for his fraudulent selling of anti Andy Warhol painting charge. He was confined to house arrest. He had an ankle monitor, and they lived in Cohasset, Massachusetts. While they were there, Anna ends up, she applies for a job, and this job is she actually really loves it, and it was supposed to be in the Cohasset, Massachusetts area. But the woman that interviewed her, her name is Teresa. I forget her last name, but she testified yesterday. Teresa says, I really think you'd be much better suited for a role in Washington, D.C., because that role, we've been trying to fill it, and that needs someone that has hospitality experience, and you do too. So they hire her for the role in Washington, D.C. She starts working. The name of the company is Tishman Speyer. She starts working for them in February of 2022, and she doesn't complete the move to Washington, D.C. until March of 2022. Brian does not move with her, and I think it has to do with his house arrest and legal obligations. And this was something that was very frustrating to Anna because the two of them had three boys who were 2, 4, and 6 years old at the time, and they could not move with Anna to DC. So this was something that really bothered her. While in DC, the real estate agent that helped her find the home that she purchased, um, they start dating. And it's slow at first. And then in July, according to the man she was having an affair with. His name is Will Festo, and he took the stand last Thursday. He talked about how serious their relationship sounded. They seem to have been committed to one another. On Thanksgiving, they flew to Dublin together, so they had a vacation together. They rode on his yacht in Annapolis. They had dinner together on Christmas Eve, and they were planning to meet on January 4th to have dinner to celebrate the New Year's together. And during this dinner, they were going to talk about their 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plans. Now, this might not sound this to me is a very intimate conversation to have with someone, regardless of if you're planning on your 1, 3, 5, 10-year plan on including them. Essentially, this is a conversation about goals and ambitions and if there is any alignment, right? To see if there's any alignment between these two. So to me, this was a very, very important conversation and I think demonstrates how serious of a relationship that they were having. So back to Jem Mutlow, who we were talking about earlier. Jem is the person that introduced Brian and Anna to Will, and Will is a real estate agent in the DC area. So, good morning, Christine. Yes, the job Anna held was taking home, I think, Carol, if I'm not mistaken, $220,000 a year. And her life insurance policy through her work was 2 times her annual salary. The beneficiaries of this life insurance policy that she had from work were Brian and her 3 children. Yep. So there's a financial motive. There's a lack of control that is happening here because Anna's getting fed up. Brian might need to go to jail based on how this fraud sentencing comes out. And she was planning on moving the kids to DC. In fact, the DC townhome that she bought was pretty much almost furnished for the children. She was ready to move the kids there. She also had a fitness room in this townhouse in DC. This was going to be her permanent residence, I believe. Um, she had it all set up for that. Is there anything, and I mean, we can keep talking about this. There's so much that happened, but I think the main points we've hit in this conversation, um, on New Year's Eve, they had a get together at their home. It doesn't seem like it was a big get together, but the last guest to leave was Jem Mutlow, and Jem left around 1 or 1:30 in the morning, and nobody had seen Anna since Jem left. Uh, Brian's original story was that at 4 or 5 in the morning, Anna wakes him up, tells him, I have a work emergency. I'm going to fly to DC um, for my work emergency. Don't worry about me. I'm just going to take an Uber or a Lyft. Then she leaves, and nobody heard from her since. On January 4th is when her work finds out that, and there was no work emergency on January 1st. We found that out yesterday. So then we hear about how one of the people that Anna worked with was ex Secret Service. And this person told Brian on January 4th, hang up right now, because they were talking about Anna's disappearance. Hang up right now. You call the police and tell them. And I'm telling you right now, I'm calling the police too. So at this point, Brian was backed into a corner. He had to file the missing persons report, and that happened on January 4th. So we don't see Anna after about 1:30 a.m. No one has seen Anna from January 1st, and it's not until January 4th when the police are called and a missing persons report is made. Um, yeah, so Brian's original story was that she flew back to DC. There were a lot of people that went by her home. They noticed that there was no way that she had been there. One of the pieces of evidence was that when they went to check on her home on a Wednesday, there was a Nespresso box on the porch, and the Nespresso box was wet. It had rained on Monday or Tuesday. So the conclusion that was drawn here is that this box has been here for several days and Anna has not seen it because on Wednesday it did not rain. So this box must have been here on Monday and or Tuesday, and that's why it is wet. Um, Her corporate card and her badge at work had not been used since December 30th. So if she says she traveled back for a work emergency, she never actually went to work. Um, yeah, and we heard a lot of DNA testimony and evidence testimony yesterday. We are yet to see, and this is where I agree with TMTB on here. We've had a lot of evidence. We've seen a lot of evidence of what he probably did to her after she had passed. But and he's pled guilty to conveying of human remains. So that doesn't specify what a horrific thing he did, that he pled guilty to, but we don't know how she died. And I think the prosecution was trying to show there were life insurance policies. Brian was losing control. Anna had already decided pretty much she was moving there. Anna was in a new relationship. That's what the prosecution has been trying to show as evidence that Brian has had some premeditation, had a motive to take her life. And the defense has raised a lot of questions about that. And one of them being, so they haven't started yet. So I'm just going to keep talking, everybody. Why does it keep saying I'm behind? Am I not pressing play? Oh my gosh, everybody. Did I mess that up? Okay. Okay. I am so sorry, but at least we didn't miss anything. Okay, everybody. My sincerest apologies. Okay, so what What was next? I'm trying to think. Okay. So we heard from two people that worked at a bar studio. This is the bar aerobics athletic courses. This was in near their home in Cohasset. Anna had been going to this bar studio for many years. When she moved to DC, she spoke with the owner and canceled her unlimited membership to be able to just drop in because she wasn't going to be spending so much time in that Cohasset area. She became pretty good friends with the owner of the studio. The owner of the studio is one of the people that took the stand. And the owner of the studio said that Anna took a class on New Year's Eve. Okay. Lisa says, I watched EDB who defaulted on her case of Brian's mom. I don't know what that means. Lisa, what does EDB mean? Yeah. So the owner of the bar studio said Anna took a class on New Year's Eve. The class cost $29.99. Anna then emailed the owner of the studio and said, I plan on spending a little bit more time in Cohasset. Can I switch over my bar studio membership from drop-in visits to an unlimited membership? The unlimited membership was $79.99. So essentially, if Anna went to class 3 times, that would more than make up for the unlimited membership because the drop-in class is $29.99 and the unlimited is $79.99. So we also saw that her JetBlue ticket purchases, and we knew she was going to be there, I think, January 13th through the 16th, and I think January towards the end of January. So these trips were already planned. The defense, though, said, well, clearly there's no problems in their marriage. Anna wanted an unlimited membership to the bar studio. Anna was planning on spending more time in Cohasset in January. That doesn't signal that there's anything wrong in the marriage. So that was quite, I don't know. I think that does say a little bit of something, right? Yeah. Good morning, Jen J. Good morning. Have I missed anything, everybody? Drop it in the comments what other information we should share with everybody who may not have been following the trial so far. Okay, Emily D. Baker. Brian's mom was defaulted on the case against her from the owner of the home. What does it mean defaulted? Like she was supposed to pay money and she didn't? I'm sorry that I don't know the terminology, Lisa, but thanks for sharing it with us. So Brian's mom is a shady character here too. Um, we're hoping Brian's mom takes a stand, but we haven't seen any. I don't know. I don't know that she will take the stand. I don't know why they won't ask her to take the stand. I think she was involved. She, in fact, had hired a private investigator. And the reason this would be important is because the private investigator could have uncovered. When did she hire this private investigator? Was it after or before Anna died? If it was before Anna died, then Brian may have found out about Anna's affair with Will, leading or contributing to a motive to want to take her life. Oh, looks like things are starting, everybody. I will go on mute and let's get this started.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, criminal indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Defendants present in court with counsel. Counsel starting with the Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves once again for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Great. Madam Clerk, before I lose these, On the record, I'm handing you back these two. I'm going to have marked for identification the information I asked from the parties this morning. I've just handwritten on whose is whose. So that can be marked as the next. I think it might be N for identification. The first 2 pages that I asked for from both of the
Oh,
parties.
you want them both to be in?
They go together. It's my handwriting on the top as to whose is who. All right, do we need to discuss anything before we bring Mr. Mutlu in?
I have a few things that I would like to discuss. It could be after Mr. Mutlu, but there are a few things before the jury comes in that I would like to discuss about witnesses that I'm going to be doing directs of today.
All right, why don't we discuss that now?
Thank you. Could we see you at the side of the bench?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we're not going to hear what witnesses they want to call. A lot of us have been hoping that also everybody who doesn't know, this is him right here sitting here. He acts really weird with his female lawyer, so I'm going to ask all of you to check that out. I'm going to have some short clips coming out about that. Just very odd behavior between the two of them. So a lot of us have been hoping that that private investigator, that Brian's mom, her name is Diana, that Brian's mom hired, would be called to testify for the prosecution. We've all hoped that Diana, Brian's mom, would be called. And there's a nanny. We were hoping that the nanny would be called. The nanny was called on January 1st at 3 p.m. So this is about 12 hours after Anna was last seen. And after that, Brian ran a lot of really weird errands, which we really ironed out in yesterday's testimony and the testimony from the day before, if I'm not mistaken. He went to Walgreens and bought antibiotic cream and Band-Aids. This is important because on January 4th, when the police spoke to him, he had a large and it looked deep cut on his thumb. While he was at Walgreens, it seemed to me he kept his left hand in his pocket a lot. My assumption is that it was his left hand that had the cut, but we have not had that confirmed. Unfortunately, it hasn't been notated. It hasn't come out in any of the trial if it was the left hand or right hand that sustained that cut on the thumb. So the nanny coming to speak would be important to hear about those interactions. Who else had? Oh, so yesterday we were also looking at the defense witnesses and prospective witnesses. And one of them is Michael Proctor. And I don't know if many of you followed the Karen Reed trial, but Michael Proctor was under a lot of heat for the Karen Reed trial. He made some pretty negative comments about Karen in private text messages, and even I think in public text messages. Apologies if I don't get that right. And yeah, so we'll find out if Michael Proctor gets called. And Michael Proctor was actually one of the people that was involved in the investigation of this case. In fact, Michael Proctor had sent an email, I believe, to the life insurance company to find out details about the life insurance. We saw that email and prosecution tried to zoom past it. Like they showed us the letter, but they moved past it really quick. I saw that it was Michael Proctor that had written the email. So we know that Michael Proctor was involved, and you could hear him in the background of some of the interrogations of Brian. Lisa says some of the questions the court asked Brian's mom was, "Did you assist in the murder of Anna Walshe?" Yikes. I mean, I think she helped after the fact, in my opinion. Lisa, I think it was you that was saying we heard from Trooper Buchanan, apologies if I pronounce his name wrong, in one of the pretrial hearings, and he was talking about how he was on January 4th, he was interviewing Brian's mom and Brian's oldest son, and the mom was very much interrupting the questioning. Yeah, so what are you doodling, Brian? I just don't like this guy. And I know we're supposed to go into these things, with an open mind, and I've tried. Um, I just, he was not a good husband to Anna. I mean, just look at what he did. And I think he knew she was going to taste freedom, and he couldn't allow it. And he's a complete idiot. And I didn't even tell you all about the nasty Google searches this guy did. Like, can baking soda help human bodies smell good? Um, what can I do to get blood out of wood floors? What is the best state for a man to get divorced in? How quickly after somebody dies can someone inherit money? Like, on and on and on and on. Best ways to dispose of a body above ground. Like, can a body decompose in a trash bag? Like, come on, dude. But like TMTB says, this shows what happened after the fact. We don't know what caused her demise. And also they've never found her. So that's an important thing. We don't have any medical information. We don't have an autopsy. We don't know. We don't know. Yeah, the term he Google terms blood, murder, and more. Yeah. He's a sicko, everybody. I don't understand why we can't hear this part. Tell us. Tell us what they're talking about. You guys like my dress? It's Christmas lights. I was in the holiday spirit today. And soon, okay, so Michelle and I, Royal Daily Tea and I, we recorded another holiday Christmas movie summary, and this one was my favorite one. Oh my gosh. But I think I'll post that one tomorrow. And I picked a second movie. I just need to make sure that Michelle has access to it. Yeah. Oh my goodness, everyone, excuse me. Let me know in the comments what other topics you would like me to talk about. Lack of, okay, lack of Brian's DNA on the tools. My only explanation for that, Charlie, is that he was wearing gloves. He probably, like, let's say he bought the tools at Lowe's, he handled it. He probably brought it, cleaned it with bleach while wearing gloves. And there it is. It, to me, is logical. That's why his DNA is not on there. He suited up. He suited up. He had a Tyvek suit. He had boot. You guys remember he had 2 pairs of booties. There were gloves that were found all over his car. So not only were there gloves that he threw away were probably when he was doing the horrific thing, but they found like 4 gloves on the passenger side of his car, then another on the left on the driver's side. They found like 20 gloves in the glove compartment, not the glove compartment, the center console. There was blood found in the car, on the visor, on the switch that moves the seat around. Exactly. But will the jury conclude that? Yeah, I don't know, Charlie. I don't know. I would hope that in the closing argument, these points are given to explain, okay, his DNA wasn't on the exterior of the Tyvek suit because he didn't really touch that part. He put it on. The interior of the Tyvek suit might have his DNA on it because he wore it and that came in contact with his skin. Um, we also don't know where this happened. The A lot of people say, excuse me, that it was the basement, and there was blood evidence found in the basement. There was also a child safety lock on the door that leads into the basement, um, maybe to prevent the kids. You know, it was probably there to prevent the kids from going in because of safety reasons. Um, but it could also be used to make sure the kids don't come in. They haven't said about whose blood was in the car. Yeah, Charlie, they haven't. They haven't. And so far, we've only heard about 6 pieces of evidence that they told us definitively what the DNA testing results were. So, another thing all of us noticed, everybody, was that yesterday when they were doing um, the testimony of the DNA, which really was solidifying what happened to this woman. It was silent in the courtroom, silent. And the defense attorney, his name is Larry Tipton, he's very animated. He walks away from the podium all the time. It's very hard to hear him. But when he started doing the cross examination of the witness that was talking about the DNA evidence, he did not move away from the podium. He did not pace. His voice remained low and calm. I think he knows. I think he knows. And it was a somber moment for everybody. And I think, we were talking about how uh, Larry Tipton is a public defender and he's assigned Brian's case. Brian is not a client he chose. He doesn't have any gray hair, Lisa says. Just a little bit on the sides right there. Ugh, he's such a creep. Sorry, you guys. I try to be unbiased. I try. But you all saw that video of him fixing himself in that Lowe's camera? What a creepazoid. Ugh. I don't know, everybody. I'm trying. I'm trying to not be biased. The evidence has been damning, though. Except premeditation, which unfortunately is the most important part here because he's pled guilty to the others. We also learned earlier that his sentence for misleading the police could change depending on if he is found guilty in this trial, in this case or not. And the reason for that is if he's found guilty, then the level of misleading the police is much greater. So they haven't chosen, the judge has not ruled on the sentence for that charge. And that was a conversation that we heard back and forth between Brian's lawyers and the judge. Charlie says it's hard, Tiffany, but we know more than the jury too. We do, because we're over here Googling stuff, They have explicit instructions. Don't look up the case. Don't go on social media. Don't talk to anybody about this case. So, yeah. So do you all think the prosecution will rest today, everybody? And if it does, you know what? Why am I doing this? Why do we not do a poll? Okay, so poll has been started. You all let me know. Um, this judge runs the courtrooms, not the lawyers. I really do like the interactions that the judge has with the lawyers, and I feel that the lawyers with each other are pretty cordial as well. Um, I haven't seen any like low blows, I would say. Um, yeah, haven't really seen any low blows. Brian's mom, we've seen multiple times in the courtroom. Haven't seen her yet today, but she's usually by herself off to the side. Let's see. Are people answering the poll? Let's find out. Okay. Okay, so many believe the prosecution will not rest today. You know, I hope you're right. I hope you're right because I want to see all those witnesses that we talked about. I want to see the private investigator. I want to see the nanny. I want to see Jem. And I mean, we're going to hear from Jem off the record. The jury will not see Jem. They have to come to that decision together. But I hope we hear from Jem and that Jem testifies before the judge. And what's going to be really interesting, I want to see how Brian and Jem interact. And I mean, granted, they're not going to come in contact with each other, but I want to see how they look at each other. Does Brian look over at him? Does Brian not look at him? What expressions are there? So that's something I think we should keep an eye out for. Carol says the judge knows the law inside and out. Yep. Jen J says this judge is way better than the judge in the Karen Reed case, much more fair and informed. Yeah, I think she's been really good. And I have to say, this is the first trial that I've watched from beginning to end. So I saw the last bit of the Karen Reed trial. We live streamed it on Revealing the Crime, closing arguments and on. So I was very limited in what I saw. And there was one thing I remember that really infuriated me that the judge did. I did a video about it on Revealing the Crime. It made me very angry. I was very angry. But yeah. Well, at least his tag isn't sticking out like yesterday. Oh, hi, baby grandma. Oh, thanks for being here. And I hope that the work you have is fun work. I hope it's fun work. Okay, so let me ask you another. Okay, so we're at 75% believe that the prosecution won't rest today, and 25% believe that it will. Let's get another question going. Let's get another poll. I should say, do you think the prosecution will call the nanny? Let's ask that. What do you all think? Do you think the prosecution will call the nanny? And the nanny was there at 3 p.m., roughly 12 hours after the last time Anna was seen at the New Year's Eve get together at their home. Lisa says, he keeps, excuse me, replaying in his mind the event of him killing her. I'm going to be making some shorts, everybody, of his reaction to different statements that were made, especially yesterday's statements with the DNA evidence. I think, I don't know if you all remember, but I was like, I never cuss, okay, guys? I never, ever, ever cuss. But in my notes, I wrote, when they were talking about the DNA evidence, I put a timestamp and I wrote, this MF yawned. He yawned as they're talking about DNA evidence found on the hacksaw. Jerk. We're boring you, Brian? Anyways, and you know what? I shouldn't be critical of yawning because I yawn in the early mornings too. So I shouldn't be too critical of that. I just know I have a bias towards this guy, and I'm just looking for reasons to be mad. like, like he parked his car crooked on one of the surveillance footage, and I'm like, look at him how he parks. Who parks like that? And it was an empty parking lot for a store that was closed on New Year's Day, so it's not like it was going to impact anybody. But I just wanted to be mad. Carol says Brian only wearing the sweater looked casual. He should have worn a blazer with it. He alternates between like a suit jacket and what he's wearing now. And I have to tell you, he dresses well. But I mean, if you're able to defraud your dad out of $800,000, you probably lived a good life, right? And we've heard a lot about Anna and some designer items. Like I think they said the bag that they found in the dumpster was a Prada bag. They talk about a Gucci pendant for a bracelet she was wearing. There were conversations about um, her getting a Porsche for Christmas. And it's ridiculous because the conversation seemed like it was Brian buying her a gift, but Brian didn't have any money. It was her money. Oh, another thing I want to say is that their divorce was discussed. And the divorce may have been because they wanted to separate assets before the sentencing came down for Brian's art defrauding case. We found out later he ended up sentenced for that, I think, in February 2024, and he has to pay $465,000 in restitution. So they probably knew there was going to be a financial consequence to his fraud charge, and it would make sense to want to separate assets so those assets couldn't be seized. Charlie says, got to dress the part of a fraudster. Yep. Lisa says, I guess the median cost of a home in that town is 1.8 million in Cohasset, Lisa. And we did hear though they were renting that home. And I think we heard that it was like the first 6 months the rent was $4,700, and then the lease they signed for the next 6 months was $5,000. And didn't we hear that Brian's mom was paying the rent for the house? Oh my goodness. Carol says Brian liked using only others' money and never wanted to use his money, which he never had. Yeah, he just took other people's money. And one of the things that the man Anna was dating, Will said on the stand one time Anna got very upset with Brian because Brian went and bought sports memorabilia using her credit cards. And our immediate question in the chat was, what was he planning on creating replicas and trying to pass them off as real? Was this another scheme that he was up to? That's the problem, guys. That's the problem with bias, right? Like, and I admit I have bias towards this guy. I do. I know I do. I do. However, I think I'm clear-headed enough to say the prosecution hasn't proven, I believe, first degree yet, and maybe it'll come together in the closing arguments. We've also heard that the sons are not the sons that were 2, 4, and 6 at the time, at the end of 2022. They are in and I forget what the exact terminology is, but they're in government care. So they are with foster parents, I believe. They are with a foster family. So this man, he destroyed the entire family. With his selfish act. Yeah. Um, family services. Thank you, Carol. Charlie says, that's what I thought. And wasn't she behind on rent? I thought that was part of the lawsuit. So the landlord was suing Brian's mom for $400,000. Am I right about that? I don't remember exactly why. Children and Family Services. Thank you, Carol. I don't know exactly what that lawsuit entailed, Charlie. Does anybody know? I'm gonna, while we're waiting, might as well look into that. Diana Walsh was her name, right? Let's see what ChatGPT says. Okay, the landlord claimed that the home in Cohasset suffered extensive damage and devaluation because okay, because of alleged dismemberment and cleaned up efforts connected to the house. According to the suit, the alleged crime scene rendered the property uninhabitable, unsellable, and stigmatized. The lawsuit alleges that biohazard contamination, bloodstains, structural damage, and psychological stigma attached to the home have caused a sharp drop in the market value, far below what the landlord would reasonably expect for the property if it were a normal house. Essentially, the landlord argues that because of the events and public notoriety tied to the house, the property is now worth significantly less and wishes to recover that loss. The landlord is seeking compensation or damages for loss in property value, cost of decontamination, remediation, potential cleanup, and maybe reputational damage associated with the murder house stigma. The lawsuit effectively treats the house not just as physical property, but as a tainted asset, arguing its value has been materially damaged due to alleged criminal events. If successful, it sets a precedent. Property owners could potentially seek damages from tenants and families if their criminal activity makes a home unsellable or unsanitary. Why the landlord might believe they have a case. In real estate and property law, a home that's been the site of a violent crime or death, especially one involving allegations of dismemberment and biological hazards, can suffer significant stigma and devaluation, even if cleaned. Public knowledge and disclosure requirements, because you have to disclose that information, often make resale or rental difficult or impossible. The landlord can argue that the defendant had a duty of care to the property, and if that duty was breached through undisclosed hazards or destructive cleanup, is ground for civil liability. Okay, let's ask, what were the specific damages to the home? Physical damages. And was there any lack of payment of rent? And is it Diana specifically being sued? The police even pulled out the baseboards, and the police aren't liable to damage caused during an investigation. Oh, hi, Steph. Steph, the alternate's here. Hi. How are you, Steph? Thanks for being here. We are on day 8 of the trial, and right now, the lawyers are speaking with the judge. They've muted the mic, which is unfortunate because the conversation they're having with the judge is about what other witnesses. Oh, they're back.
Woo. Almost went sliding off the back of my chair.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to go
Hold
on
on a
mute.
second.
Larry doesn't seem to interact with Brian, right? Have you all noticed that?
All right, we can have Mr. Mutlu in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Mr. Jem Mutlu.
Here we go, everybody. Let's see. How does Brian react to Jem entering the courtroom? And remember, everyone, Jem was the friend that was a friend of Anna and Brian. Why did the camera move away from Brian?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Should we maybe just take your voice from the seat? Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Anna Walshe on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included. And yeah, and that I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay. What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from DC, which was taking a toll on her. And the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here. And that was a huge burden on her psyche. And that, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face-to-face, together, and a conversation, obviously, we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was, I want to make sure that we've got this right. The difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them, for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children
Okay,
frequently.
all right,
Yeah,
so that's more accurate, and I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
that's correct.
Not seeing the children, and was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person. And
Yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was
Okay.
another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour-long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation. At that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and yeah.
Okay. But more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do
Okay.
not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend. And other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen
take
counter.
kitchen counter?
Yeah.
Did you ever,
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter,
And were you and Anna seated on
on the same side, on the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left,
directly side by side?
directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And sir,
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
and sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, You told that to me yesterday at lunch. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No,
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
no.
And I think that that covers the subject matter of what you. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Good
Thank you.
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes,
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you. Thank you.
sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that she mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so, yes.
And I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We were very close friends.
Well, let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyway,
Yes,
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Anna Wells on December 29th, 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. You have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children.
So again, shortly after I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered, because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. What I do not
I
remember,
assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today?
I'm sorry,
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the
I have
police?
not.
All right.
No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was that I can remember right now.
Well, and you previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like us to be heard at sidebar? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that,
Hold on. Now you may speak.
thank you, I apologize.
All
I
right.
don't have eyes back here. So
You are unmuted.
witness stated she told me there are marital issues. And then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children, traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that just to make sure that we're going to the right portion and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do let what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said. And I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, as you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one, that Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts. And that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
Me. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes.
I
But
will
you
be right back.
can go do that.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, if I may step out for a moment as well.
You may.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, let's chat really quick. Lisa, yes, this guy knew Will, and he was actually the person that introduced Will to Brian and Anna. He knew them all. He was close friends with Will. And when Will was on the stand, Will was asked, did Jem know that you and Anna were dating? And Will said, I don't know. And the question was specifically, did Jem know before Anna died that there was an affair? And Will couldn't say yes. Now, here we're hearing that it's New Year's Eve. It's a couple hours from the last time Anna has been seen. And Jem sees she's texting with Will. So it's obvious that she's texting him. And then she takes a picture with Jem and says to Jem, let's send this to Will. So at this point, Jem knows there is communication happening between Anna and Will. So I think this is a big deal. This is a big deal because presumably if Jem could see Anna's texting Will, and remember, they kept having this conversation about pictures being sent to Will on New Year's Eve, and Brian may be finding out about it. Maybe this is the picture that they are talking about. I also noticed when Jem was walking out of the courtroom, he did not even look towards Brian. I think the reason that he is having a hard time is because Brian was his friend too, and he doesn't want to make a mistake and get Brian in deeper trouble if it is a mistake. So I think the hesitation that we're seeing there is someone that is probably in disbelief over what Brian did. Several times he talked about Anna in the present tense, and I think that's telling too. He said, Anna is my good friend. He said along those lines. So that's the impression I'm getting. You all let me know in the comments. What do you think? And it might be time for me to make a coffee, everybody. It might be time. And the jury is there already. So they're getting ready now to let the jury into the courtroom, most likely. Let me know in the comments, do you think this picture thing is a big deal? That Jem and Anna took a picture and sent it to Will? You agree, Jen? Yeah, I really feel for Jem. I feel for him because he doesn't want to take a step in the wrong direction because he knows Brian, who was his friend, his life is on the line, you know? So I think that's why he's like, well, I don't remember those exact words. He's trying to say, I need to remember the exact words, because if I can't remember the exact words, my interpretation may be wrong. Charlie, I don't know if he has seen the physical evidence, because has he been watching the trial? I don't know. If you're on the witness list, are you allowed, excuse me, to watch the trial? Lisa says, when someone disappears like this, most people can make a decision about what happened. Yeah, I think so too. But that decision becomes harder to accept if the other person is also your friend. And to me, this is what I see from Jem. And do you all remember the conversation about the necklace? Do you all remember there were text messages between Jem and Brian, and Jem was telling Brian, thank you for the necklace. I love the necklace. I've been getting compliments on the necklace.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
That's exactly it. Was Will friends with Brian? No. All Brian knew is that this was the real estate agent that sold them the house. That's I think why it's a big deal. And the fact that Brian called Will to say Anna's missing. Why would he do that if he didn't think there's something happening there? Okay, Lisa says he would not be able to watch the trial. Okay, good to know. Yeah, this is I don't know, it feels like we're doing some mental gymnastics here, right? But it looks like they're going to let Jem on the stand, and it looks like the defense is ready to pounce when anything about marital issue, if a phrase like that is used. Jen J says, yeah, him calling Will about that is kind of weird. If he didn't call her work first or her friends there and called Will first, that's strange. I don't remember if he called Will first, though. Did he? We need to go look at that testimony again because we know that Teresa, the HR lady, called Brian on January 4th between 10 and 11 a.m. Does anyone remember what time Brian and Will talked? Yes, watching a trial could impact a person's testimony. Absolutely agreed. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Do they let someone who's on the potential prosecution list watch the trial? Does that what about Brian's mom? Is it that the fact that she's in the courtroom, does that mean that they're not going to call her as a witness?
Please, when I can. All set for the jury?
Okay, everyone. I'm going to step away from my computer a little bit while the jury comes in, but I am within arm's length. I will be right back, everybody.
Who is entering, all rise. And switch step.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do for the Honorable Judge Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, leave your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth. May be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning, jurors. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start today, as we do every day, with our conversation about the rules. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. And were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media or go on any news media? Yes. And you all still have open minds? Yes. With those 4 questions, for the record, I'll answer in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jem Mutlu.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Right this way, sir. Take your time, just watch your step. Sharon, you can have a seat. Just pull that chair a little tighter. Okay, keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure, it's C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Cem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor,
How long have you been a realtor?
about 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts,
Commercial or residential?
residential.
And sir, are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walsh?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020,
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walsh at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner, and that's how we got to know each other.
And so did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walsh?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walsh ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walsh to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in DC. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walsh?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walsh?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walsh?
Yes.
Where was that property?
in Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property,
And when you say reinvest that property,
or rather reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
and sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am,
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer,
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
sure,
And then once that passes,
of course,
it's kind of tough to compete with that.
of course.
All right, now, sir, I think that that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal again or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walsh was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she, well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did
yes.
she tell you about these problems?
She had,
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walsh during this conversation on December 29th, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walsh are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
while I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right, I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection, move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
I'm mad at the defense. This is clearly a man who's struggling, and by objecting so closely together, I think it's just stressing him out. Look at him. Yeah, show us Brian. What's Brian doing right now? Cool as a cucumber, this guy. Did you guys understand what they were talking about? That Form 1031 or something like that? I didn't quite understand that. So Anna closed on a property, an investment property she sold, and she was planning on investing that property on another property, but there was something about a 6-month period and whether it's 1, 2, or 3 properties or something like that. Oh, you know what? This makes sense to me. That maybe if the money is reinvested within 6 months, there's no tax on it. I don't know. You all let me know. I don't know. That's just my assumption. So do not quote me on that. That was just my guess. Brian doesn't seem to be looking towards Jem's direction. And that makes sense he wouldn't, so it wouldn't look like he's intimidating the witness. Look at how he smiles to his lawyer.
What did she
Gross.
say about not seeing the children?
That it was difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walshe not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison,
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
We'll have
sir,
another
again,
question.
thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walshe?
On December 31st,
Where did you get to see Anna Walshe?
at their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
about 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car? or
There was
anything?
no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so tell us what happened when you got there at the Walshe house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me.
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
What
hear.
did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door, we hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so when you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure, it was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen? Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very
What-
happy to see me, and
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools
Okay.
at the kitchen. And Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes,
Who joined the three of you?
their oldest son.
And
Okay. Yeah.
what happened when he joined the three of you?
Um, he ran to me and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, "Let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fasto." And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes,
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
we all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. I don't know if you see the colors.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have?
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified for the record now as three photos. 257 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes,
And are you able to read the writing on the box in exhibit 257?
yes,
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet we are still here, and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes,
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
Yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. John.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now, that night, did you see any injuries on Anna?
No,
Did you have any concerns about her health?
physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walsh told you he had had for income that year in 2022?
Yes, the gist of it was that he had, it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And
Yeah.
that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus, it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30 because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said, I better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. Again, I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how'd you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, "I love my necklace"?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walsh?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those two,
Yes.
those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, Thomas just found my phone?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walsh via cell phone?
Before January
Second?
2nd,
Yes.
any conversations?
Calls.
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walsh on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in the haunt and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Anna?"
What did you say?
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Anna's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30, that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let our community know, and we've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation? His demeanor?
I remember the tone to be way more even keeled or way more toned down for somebody who's
I move to strike.
All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
His tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And
Yeah.
sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walsh?
No,
Have you heard from her?
no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mhm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy, Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh,
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and yeah,
Okay.
we were in the same room.
okay, let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time. No,
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
that's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh. and yourself.
Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that
That's
process.
correct.
And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague?
Mhm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program
Mhm.
and thereafter?
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family
Mhm.
and Anna, the children, and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, a powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Monarch, that's what I think too. They're trying to make Brian seem like the good guy. They want this guy to make Brian seem like a good guy. Hmm. This is the first time I think we've seen Brian in this type of position, right? Have we ever seen him do this? I think it's a body language tell here. He's almost blocking it out, it seems. Do you guys see that? Monarch, who switched? Oh, so I think each of the lawyers, both on the prosecution and defense, they're responsible for a certain part of it. So we saw Larry Tipton was the one for DNA. Yes, this is a weird body language tell, right? I think so.
I just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walsh when you got to know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project, and Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls, and we ended up raising, well, about, I think $80-some thousand, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall, and we were told that hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result, and he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one, but I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assume that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, when after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Years spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day. When she worked for me, she would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
And you had told us that Anna, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship.
And Anna
Required.
would come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days, usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, He never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No,
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
no,
He supported her career with you.
he did.
He was proud of her.
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations is basically she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Well, there was, I mean, she did everything. She did, the director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description. But I do remember asking her, is there anything you wouldn't do? She came from hospitality, and she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me. And she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employee. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours
So
actually.
I'm just going to stop you.
Yes,
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it
And-
didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was, obviously, Anna was important to you professionally
And as a friend, yes.
and
both.
personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours,
That is correct.
and you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes,
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea. Yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further,
That is correct.
to let you know that they cared about you and loved you,
That's correct.
and that this is what was best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you gotta support her, right?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, DC?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes,
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
that's correct.
It was something important to you,
Absolutely.
and it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, DC.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the DC, Virginia area at the time. So there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told. And that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall into the winter, fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Mhm. Yes.
Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings.
Did.
And you went to support Brian,
I did.
and you went also to support Anna,
That's correct.
because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there,
That's correct.
and I believe there were other friends of Anna and
That is-
Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna,
I was sitting next to Anna.
and Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while,
That's correct.
and you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it,
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration, or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna.
I don't believe so.
Well, you say I don't believe so. Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours of the friendship with her?
He did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
These manipulations, do you guys see it? They're saying Brian saw how close you were with Anna. Brian saw you hold Anna's hand, and Brian wasn't jealous. So how could Brian be jealous of Will if he never saw any interaction between Anna and Will? If this wasn't enough to get him jealous and upset, seeing Anna and Jem holding hands, why would he ever be jealous of Anna and Will? It's so manipulative. And you know what the key thing here is? There was nothing going on between Anna and Jem. That's why Brian wasn't jealous. Believe me, if he sensed anything was going on between Anna and Jem, he would be jealous. Am I right? Let me know in the comments. Like, the argument doesn't make any sense. And we saw Brian just now doing that same hand gesture. I'm going to write that down because we haven't seen him hand blocking again. To me, you guys, I don't see anything other than a friendship here. Friendships have ups and downs. They get complicated when business is involved. You know, Anna was probably stressed, wrote passive aggressive comments to Jem. Jem wanted to approach it tenderly because this is not just an employee, it's a friend. So he sought counsel because, you know, you don't want to say anything that's also going to get you in trouble legally, too. It's a complicated relationship. So, I mean, friendships have ups and downs, especially when the lives are so intertwined that it's not just a friendship, that there's business that's happening too. Not just employee employer, but it sounds like real estate investments might have been happening with them. And also, there was a moment where the attorney said, Brian supported Anna's career with you. He had no choice. Dude had no income. What was he going to do? Oh, Resting Dollface is here. Hi, Resting Dollface. I hope he testifies. I hope he testifies. I would love to see that. But yeah, holding hands in anticipation of a verdict is not, yes, it's not surprising. They were very good friends. And you can see how close of a friendship they had, because what you see, in my opinion, what you see is a man on the stand who deeply loved his friend that passed away, who, you know what? Let's be blunt about it, who deeply loved his friend who was likely murdered and dismembered. And then there's this cognitive dissonance of, Brian was the man I went to leadership classes with. I spent 2 out of the last 3 New Year's Eves with him. So that's why I think Jem is so conscientious of the words he's saying. He wants to be 100% sure of the words he says, that he said he heard. Another thing I want to say is that Jem seems like a very analytical person. If you notice, he focuses a lot on specific words. There were a couple of times during this testimony where he hones in on the words of how the defense asked him a question. So I think that's part of his character as well. He really pays attention to what the words mean. And anyways, this is my assessment of what's been going on. Here we go. Let's see what's going to happen next.
At this hearing, when you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time.
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing. Right?
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
Would
yeah,
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
sure.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Page 53. Oh, I might. I sent these to you guys. So I don't know if you-
Can I just see your face?
Glad to hear it.
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
Just going to approach you. Is it fair to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself, just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much time as you need,
Sure.
and just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top, from the
From the top
top of the page?
until the bottom, until
Sure. So we actually started,
just,
Read to
just
yourself.
read to yourself and look up when you're done.
oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
So why won't they let him read the exact statements he gave of his recollections of the phone calls he had with Anna? Remember, he said, or the prosecutor said, have you had a chance to review what you told investigators in January 2023? Why can't he read those then?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just going to come take that back. Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of question, Your Honor.
You can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it
I,
does. If it
I
doesn't, it
don't
doesn't.
recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
So you don't have any memory of Anna Walsh telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush?
Objection.
Sustained.
She developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Anna Walsh told you that she told her husband that she had a crush
I'll
on
see you at
you.
the side of the bench.
Yes. Stop pushing it, girl. And that's what she's trying to get across. And this is what we were just talking about. Anna told Brian she needed to say that Brian allegedly thought Anna had a crush on Jem. And even though they held hands, even though Anna allegedly told Brian that she had a crush, look, same body language, same body language. 224 timestamp. I know. Thank you, Judge. She's pushing it. And, they always tell the jury, like, strike that from the record or don't remember. How can you forget? Yeah, the judge is pissed. I'll see you at the bench. I wish they wouldn't mute it because the jury must be hearing what's being said here. Right? They're in the same room. Oh, excuse me. Look, the first time he's like hanging his head, he has not had, this makes him uncomfortable. He is trying to create physical barriers between himself and Jem because Jem knows. He knows Jem knows. Oh, they can't hear Jen J off the side. Darn. Darn. Then I want to be that lady right there in that chair as close as possible so I could hear what they're talking about. And also, why do we not know the conversation between Teresa and Hugh Donlevy? I won't forget that. Hugh Donlevy was the ex-Secret Service agent who worked with Anna, and Teresa was one of Anna's colleagues who was directing or manager or something along those lines of HR. Oh, look at him. Look at him. This is the first time we've seen him cover his eyes. Wow. Covering his mouth, we've seen a lot. But covering his eyes like that? Coward. Oh, he's playing for the jury, you think? Jen J totally could be. Just like when he used a rosary that first day. Could be trying to manipulate the jury.
You had mentioned that when Anna stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text?
That's correct.
And she started working in DC for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022?
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in DC or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant? A confidant?
A confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers.
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
Okay.
Yeah. She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her.
Yes.
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
That's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022, that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job?
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night
Okay,
on December 31st.
okay. And you also told us Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year?
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses?
Correct.
With what money, Brian, were you planning on investing in small businesses?
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's?
That's correct.
And I think you said that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
All right. Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well,
I'll
I
call
don't know.
you back and
No,
confirm?
no, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them?
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Years before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It was
home?
out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you had said that during this call, she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially,
Okay,
but also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, it technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay,
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay,
And
so let me just ask
Happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
Yeah.
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property?
that's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay,
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property?
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay,
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
okay. You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fasto.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years?
Thereabouts, yes.
And
Correct.
you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first and then DC.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington, DC for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to DC with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as
That's-
investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walsh and Will Fasto really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your
You're
conversation.
talking about Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walsh and Will Fasto.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or, yeah.
Okay. But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walsh and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walsh family,
Thank you.
to Will Fasto.
Okay. And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fasto.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walsh never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fasto.
No,
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walsh for Will Fasto.
no,
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fasto.
not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close,
Okay.
but she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship
That I
with.
can recall. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family,
That's correct.
and you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so, that I always thought that there was a lot of love between them and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah,
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
that's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you,
That's correct.
and sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes,
So Mr. Walsh knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walsh to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did,
And you were looking forward to spending time over there,
very much so.
looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids,
Yes,
looking forward to seeing Anna,
yes,
and looking forward to seeing Brian.
that's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes,
And she was obviously excited to see you.
yes,
And you said it's cold out.
yes,
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
yes,
And then you walk in the house together.
that's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your
She
arm?
was very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug,
Okay.
and then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced.
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen. He was there. Yeah,
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in the house.
absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes,
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other?
that's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes,
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
that's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah,
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne,
that's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all three of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all three of you signed, that was the spirit that new year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I. I do recall, I mean, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but.
a selfie, yeah.
Sure, no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during
Sure.
that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jem to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, oh, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian,
All three of you together.
all three of us together, correct?
And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other,
Yes,
and Brian's preparing food, and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna,
yes,
and they're talking to each other during the night,
yes, they are.
and they're laughing with each other during the night,
Yes,
and they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian?
I'm
Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall. I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom. Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Objection.
Yours, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, please leave your notebooks in the chair. Watch your step. Stand up, please, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Let's step down. You may step down. You can go right back outside. You may be seated, everyone else. Yes. He's gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not seeing the relevance of going in down this road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was
Money.
financial.
All right. How much longer with this witness you expect?
Myself,
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
We're going to hear from the probation officer. Are we finally going to get answers to the ankle monitor questions? Is that what's coming, everybody? I think so. I think so. Let me get this timestamp down to 47, and let me change my view, and I'm unmuted. Okay, good. And let's do a summary of everything we have seen so far today. It's only been 2.5 hours, but we have seen a lot. So we started court a little bit late. The jury wasn't there, and we had the voir dire with Jem Mutlu. I'm sorry, I keep pronouncing his name wrong. So he takes the stand and he is incredibly emotional. So I want to start off by saying this is not a man, in my opinion, this is not a man who's withholding any information. This is a man who loved Anna, who loves those children, who had a very close friendship with Brian. This is a man that is conflicted. He, I think, has cognitive dissonance. He can't believe that this man, Brian, he was friends with, could dismember Anna, who was another close friend. So what we hear about during the voir dire is that Jem called Anna on December 29th. They talked for about 45 minutes. He congratulated her on the closing of the home. Now, they don't give us details yet about what this closing is, but we'll get to the details when his official testimony begins and the jury is there. He says that he understood there were marital issues. Jem is very concerned with remembering the exact words that were said. My interpretation of this is Jem is a very analytical guy. He wants to make sure that whatever he says is the absolute truth and there's no error in it. And that makes sense because he wants to be as honest and truthful as possible so that the true story is out there. This is my impression. And then we hear that, and the defense has a problem with this phrase marital issue. So they have said that if the phrase marital issue is used, there will be an objection. We hear from Jem that Anna was tired of the commute. It was a burden on her psyche. Not seeing the children was problematic. Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts. And he does say he doesn't recall with precision. We also hear that he had a conversation with Anna in July where Anna was talking about attorney fees were piling up, there was financial strain, but prosecution, after Jem left the room, prosecution said they would not bring up this conversation that happened in July. So remember, everything that's being said here, none of this is in front of the jury yet. Then we hear about New Year's Eve, how Jem went over and Jem was sitting next to Anna at the kitchen counter on bar stools, and Anna was texting. She was texting someone named Abdullah Will Fasto, who is the man that Anna was dating, Emily, who was a mutual friend, and she says to Jem, let's take a picture and let's send it to Will Fasto. This is important because, according to Jem, Brian was in the kitchen preparing the food that they were all eating. So all three of them were in the room together, allegedly, when Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will. So then cross-examination begins. We didn't hear a whole lot, I feel, during cross, and Jem is asked to step down, and he leaves the courtroom. When he leaves the courtroom, he does not look in Brian's direction at all. So now we have the jury come back in, and Jem is now officially called to the stand with the jury present. He talks about how he met Brian in a leadership program. Who accepted Brian into a leadership program? Answer me that. I don't know. But they met in a leadership program. At some point, Anna ended up working for Jem and stopped working for Jem around 2022. Jem sold property and bought property for Anna and Brian during their relationships together. And on the December 29th phone call, when Jem calls Anna to congratulate her on the sale, he hears from Anna that Anna is planning on reinvesting the profit from the sale of that property on December 29 into other properties and using Form 1030 or something along those lines. In the chat, we were talking about how if this money is reinvested, that it could prevent them from having to pay capital gains tax. Then Jem says they were having marital problems. Defense says objection, and it is stricken. That sentence is stricken from the record. We hear that there was that the traveling back and forth was taking a toll on her. And remember, this is now being said in front of the jury. Then we start talking about that New Year's Eve party. And Jem gets very, very, very emotional. He talks about how when he pulled into the driveway for the home, Anna burst out the door, was running towards Jem. They hugged, they went into the home, and at one point, the oldest son joined them. And at this point, Jem is crying. He says that the oldest son ran to him and said, I miss you, to Jem. There was talk of a champagne box where Brian, Anna, and Jem signed as a memory. Then we hear about how Jem was given a necklace by the eldest son. This is important because a couple of days ago, we were hearing about text messages that were going on between Brian and Jem, where Jem was talking about, I love the necklace, I'm getting compliments on it. And we were like, why is Jem talking about a necklace? At this point, we didn't know Jem was male or female. I mean, I think we heard a couple times it was he, but it wasn't like confirmed to us what it is. Yes, TMTB, the necklace. And he leaves the home at 1 or 1:30 in the morning. On his drive home, he wants to listen to different music, so he pulls into a shopping center, picks the music that he wants, and then hits the road again. So he doesn't want to be driving on New Year's Eve when there's probably a lot of people under the influence and then messing with his radio to pick the music. Okay, then we hear that while Jem was at the home on New Year's Eve, there had been no conversation about a work emergency for Anna. Next day, Jem sent Brian and Anna in a group message, a text message that was talking about the necklace, loving the necklace. He ended up speaking to Brian Wednesday morning, mid-morning. Now let's remember, Wednesday morning between 10 and 11 a.m. is when we heard Teresa, Anna's coworker who was in HR, called Brian and asked, how can we help find Anna? And this is when things started unraveling. So I feel like at this point, Brian knows he can't hold it any longer. He needs to start calling people and asking, where is Anna? So he says, Brian called and said, have you heard from Anna? He says, what do you mean? And Brian says Anna's been missing, and Jem said something along the lines of, were you having an argument? Was there a fight? And Brian says, why? Did it sound like we had a fight or something along those lines? I will clip that and put that here. That is incredibly suspicious to me that Brian would ask that question. Now we have cross-examination, and this is where we ended the morning break. We heard about this leadership program and how Anna had told Brian to become buddy system with Jem in this this leadership program. Anna, according to Jem, was a lot more investment minded, and he spoke a lot with Anna about investment properties and not so much, or in investments, and not so much to Brian about it. We hear the defense attorney tell Jem, oh, Brian supported Anna's career with you. And our conversation in the chat was, well, he had to. He wasn't making a whole lot of money. Fall of 2021, there is some sort of conflict that happened between Jem and Anna. And remember, at this point, Anna was working for Jem, director of operations, kind of stressed out. Jem gave her paid leave. And, this was Jem being very conscientious, because not only is Anna a good friend, but is also an employee. So he wanted to make sure to take legal precautions, but also not to lose Anna as a friend. So I think that was my understanding of that testimony. The defense was trying to make it look like Anna might be volatile, Anna might not be a good employee, Anna was passive aggressive. So, but I don't think that's the case. We also heard that Brian's mom was planning on moving to DC with Brian and the children as well. Then we had Jem attending one of Brian's hearings, and Diana Walsh was there. Anna and Jem were sitting together, and Diana was sitting on the aisle so far away. The defense wants to make sure that we all know that Anna and Jem were holding hands, and Jem said, well, it was a very tense moment. The declaration was coming down, and we held hands. Allegedly, Diana's mom did not like this interaction that happened between Jem and Anna. So Diana Walsh, Brian's mom, seems like a meddler to me, and makes sense why she would hire a private investigator. She seems quite suspicious of Anna. Let's see. Yes, we did hear that Brian made $50,000 in 2022, while Anna made close to $300,000 in 2022. That was a discussion that they had during New Year's Eve while they were sitting at the table. Let's see. Okay, so then the defense says, didn't Anna tell you she had a crush on you? Didn't Anna get jealous when you started dating one of your coworkers? And we see what's happening here, right? The goal here is to say Jem and Anna were in front of Brian. Brian literally saw them interacting all the time. Allegedly, Anna told Brian that she had a crush on Jem, and Brian was never jealous of that. So if Brian isn't jealous of something happening in front of his face, how could Brian be jealous or get angry about something that's not happening in front of his face? Meaning the relationship this is the implication that Anna was having with Will. And again, this is my impression of what is happening here. Then we hear that Jem says Anna was an exceptional human being. There is high emotion on Jem's face. He lets out a big sigh and he's about to cry. And I think what we can notice from Jem is when he closes his eyes or he has his mouth open, this is him fighting back tears. This is him showing a lot of emotion. So we can check that out and keep our eye out for that. Then the conversation shifts to Will Fastow. He knew him about 20 years. So Will and Jem knew each other. Will and Jim, yeah, knew each other for about 20 years, but he did not know about the kind of relationship Will and Brian had. And he knew that Will and Anna were close, but he didn't hear details about it from Anna. He doesn't recall ever seeing Brian and Anna arguing. He takes a moment to really remember. And this is what I mean by Jim is very analytical. He wants to make sure he is precise and accurate in his responses because he's very thoughtful. He will close his eyes and he will or he'll look up and his eyes will go left and right because he's trying to remember, he's trying to recall the details. He doesn't want to make a mistake. What else? And then we hear about Anna and Jim on New Year's Eve. The defense keeps trying to say, well, you walked in hand. Anna had her arm on your arm. And there's a lot of conflict happening here. Okay. Jem does not say that. Jem says, no, she greeted me. No, not that. So we can see what the defense is trying to do. They're trying to make it seem that there is plenty of reason for Brian to have been jealous of the relationship Anna had with Jem. And if he wasn't jealous of that, how can he be jealous of something he allegedly knew nothing about? So this is the setup that we're having here. The jury is then leaves. Jem leaves the courtroom, and the prosecutor tells the judge, hey, I had no idea the conversation was going to go here. We had no idea that the defense was going to take it here. And the defense says, well, we're trying to set up whatever, we're trying to set up what the relationship was like. So the defense, I think, wasn't clear on the type of questioning they were going to do of Jem. And we see what their direction is. We also heard that Jem is they have about 15 more minutes of questions for Jem. I hope we get redirect. I hope that they're good questions. We also see very weird body language from Brian throughout this whole thing. He does a lot of blocking movements. He covers his face. He does this. We have not seen him act that way with other people. We've seen him do his hands over his mouth but this is different, the way he's interacting with Jem on the stand. Another thing we heard was that Brian said something along the lines of, I was interested in investing in small business. And all of us in the chat were like, with what money, Brian? What money were you going to use to invest in small business? You were 1 foot about to go into jail. You had a $485,000 judgment potentially coming up against you. So, I don't know. People in the chat were like, probably Brian Walsh's mom, Diana, was going to be the secret investor to help out with that. So we've heard quite a lot this morning. I think it's been very important what we have said. Let me see what you are all saying in the chat. Dallas is asking, did Brian and Anna have an open marriage? And you don't have to fight a lot to have an affair. Exactly. So that was one of the things they said. Jem said he doesn't recall seeing Brian and Anna fighting a lot, and that that doesn't mean people hide their conflict in front of other people. People are usually on their best behavior about their relationship in front of other people. TMTB says, if you'll want an eye-opener about Brian, there's an article about him in Boston Magazine. It explains what kind of con artist he has been, about his past in Boston, and how the art fraud happened. I am going to take a note of that because that would be a great collab that I could do with either Resting Dollface or Royal Daily Tea. So let me write that down. Boston Magazine article about Brian as a charlatan. I'm going to call it. He's a charlatan. Let's do collab with either RDT or RDF or both. Or both. Okay, so I'm going to make a note of that. I think that would be a good, maybe something that can be recorded over the weekend with one of my two good friends or both of my two good friends. Let's see. I think so too, Charlie. Diana was probably pulling Megan and Brian's ear. I think so too. She was whispering. And ultimately, Diana is the one that hired the private investigator to go follow Anna around, right? Well, we don't know the full details of that. Let's see. Hey, Royal Daily Tea, we were just talking about, were you here just a couple of seconds ago? Were you here just a couple of seconds ago? Because I was just talking about you. It seems that Jem and Brian weren't that close. The 6-year-old says he misses Jem, indicating he hadn't seen him for a long time. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, you would, Steph, the alternate, would love to watch that collab. Okay, so Michelle, I was someone in. Let me go back to the comment. It was TMTB. TMTB says that there's an article about Brian Walshe in Boston Magazine where it talks about how a con artist he was and how he defrauded people. And I said this would be a great collab I could have with either Royal Daily Tea or Resting Dollface or both. So let's keep that in mind for if we want to record this weekend. We have something. Oh, Steph, thanks so much for being here. What do you think of the trial so far, Steph? It's wild. It's wild. And I think you guys, I feel like we're reaching the peak of everything because now we're hearing that oh goodness, what was the name? Oh my God, the parole officer. The parole officer is coming. So let's find out where Brian's ankle monitor was. So just as a reminder to everybody, Brian was under federal house arrest and he allegedly dismembered her and threw a lot of trash, visited a lot of dumpsters between January 1st and I want to say January 5th. He made a lot of purchases at Home Goods, which the Home Goods purchases he made, he used Anna's store credit, and that he couldn't even spend his own money, but we've all been talking about he didn't really have a whole lot of money to begin with. And you know what? Anna had been talking about Brian buying her a Porsche. Literally all of Brian's income in 2022 pre-tax would not be enough to buy Anna a Porsche because he says he made $50,000 to $60,000 in all of 2022, according to Jem. So, but also, you guys, it makes sense. They don't want Brian to have a high income on paper because this federal case was getting to the point that they were going to, I wanted to make sure the court hadn't started. This federal case was getting to the point where restitution was going to need to be paid. So they want to make sure that, they don't want Anna's assets or, their combined assets to be pulled into this. So, there is explanation why Brian and Anna may want to do a legal divorce so that they can separate their assets and Anna wouldn't be liable. One question I have for you, everybody. So I was getting ready to make this clip right before this. It was from a moment from trial yesterday. We heard from trial yesterday. The judge is talking to the jury, and the judge says that Brian's DNA was collected on May 9, 2018, and the assumption is that it has to do with Brian's fraud case. But on that same day, they also took Anna's DNA. So they have a pure DNA sample of both Brian and Anna's DNA. I don't understand why they would take Anna's DNA. I don't know if that means there's potential that Anna, or there was suspicion that Anna may have been involved in this Andy Warhol fraudulent case. Let me know in the comments if you think that that might be what was happening. And you know what, TMTB, if you read that article, maybe it said it in there. Was Anna also under suspicion for that Andy Warhol painting issue that we saw? I don't know. What else was I going to say? A lot happened today, everybody, and we're only 2.5 hours into this. TMTB, I mentioned that we were talking about you a lot. It's because I said multiple times, like TMTB says, I don't think they've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that there's first-degree murder here. In fact, have they even shown murder yet? But how do you show murder when there's no body? When did they marry? I believe it was 2015, Demiao, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Why would you need a DNA sample for a white collar crime? I think it's because he he was considered maybe a felon, or I forget what the terminology is, but there's a certain level of crime that if you have committed that, then they take your DNA sample and leave it in CODIS. Let me know if I'm wrong about that. Um, I'm forgetting exactly the details. And TMTB says, Anna wrote, a deep feeling of shame governed his life. She wrote, he was taught to lie and hide. He was told that he was a loser, that his parents should have not had him, that he had no chances of. Oh, good, TMTB, because that was a cliffhanger. TMTB continues and says, no chances of making anything of himself in life, and that he was a lost cause. TMTB, when did Anna write this? Also, I want to mention to everybody, and I don't know, maybe I shouldn't mention this, but Anna has an Instagram account, and it's not private. So, yeah. Anna's Instagram account, I think the last time she posted was maybe December 31st. Okay, Carol says, anytime you enter the jail system, your DNA is collected. Thank you. Charlie says he sold the painting to someone overseas. TMTV says she wrote that to the court during his fraud trial. Thank you, TMTB. So that tells us, wow, he was taught to lie and hide, according to Anna. Yeah. Wow. There's so much, like, we are learning so much watching the trial, but I think there's so much. Is it still not private secured? When we checked last week, it wasn't. Let me check again. I think I followed her. Yeah, I'm following her, and it is not private. Her last post was on December 31st, 2022, and it was a meme basically that says, take the risk of optimism. So that was her very last post on the last night that she was seen. Oh, thank you, Steph. Talk to you soon. Thanks for joining us. So Anna knew he was a liar. Seems so, Lisa. Seems so. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Steph. Steph is asking everyone to please subscribe and like this stream. I appreciate it. Oh, okay, everybody, we're getting back. I'm going to mute myself and start sharing the screen.
Oh, the witness back on the stand?
Just watch your step. Sure. Thank you. Have a seat. Just remind you to keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that you were describing, at one point, Anna was showing you her,
Yes,
and she was happy about it.
that's
And
correct.
she was telling you that Brian had got her this ring,
That's correct.
and he was smiling.
Yes,
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
that's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30.
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
Yeah.
And during the night, you you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point, she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said.
I'm
I've-
picturing-
yeah. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
That's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described,
That's correct.
drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone,
That he had misplaced his phone.
misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it. Correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday? If
I
it
don't
is-
have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2, 3, 4.
Because
So-
yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that
That's
she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you,
That's correct.
that you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing. No,
You said the night was joyful.
that's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I
Well,
think.
let me-
I mean, they seemed
okay.
happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
So,
Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple days in advance that
So let me
she,
just stop you
yeah,
for a minute.
thank you,
okay?
sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years,
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand
To listen,
people?
to understand, yes,
And I think you just said people are complex.
that's correct.
And so you, in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities,
Yes,
to see if someone is maybe putting on a grave face or holding back, right?
sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together.
Mhm.
You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that
Okay.
point.
But
And
you-
I hadn't also only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay, but in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you would spend time with Brian Walsh, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but
Okay,
it
well, you
was,
got pastries to your home in the South End,
sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
That's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful,
Jovial.
as full of hope.
I-
And on your
I'm
words
not sure.
earlier before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm gonna stop you.
Sure.
You all signed the champagne bottle, right? You had your-
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course. Thank you.
I understand that
course,
I'm
yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I did.
And at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoo him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods to
That's-
specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that. Yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days.
So when you.
And our community had not been, correct, we had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand.
Okay,
And the tone of voice was not panicked.
so let me just ask you my question again.
Yes,
Let me
thank you.
know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house
Yes,
of your good friends
yes,
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning,
yes,
the mood was joyful and happy.
yes.
Nothing further. Your Honor.
Redirect.
I think I'll be brief, Your Honor. Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex?
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
And I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact
Sure.
words.
I
Why don't
recall.
we state the question again?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying,
Sure.
what is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
And just state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Be seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that.
See, he does remember. He just wants to make sure he gets the right words. He seems like a very analytical person, and he doesn't want to get this wrong. I think he's putting a lot of pressure on himself. I wish he had a chance to review what he said in January 2023, because he was asked questions and he answered these questions. TMTB says, I think Jem is Balkan Turkish too. I did just catch something about Brian cooking something that was Turkish. So that now that you say that, TMTB, it totally could be. Man, I really admire Jem. I really do. He loved those kids. He seems a lot more heartbroken about their kids than Brian seems. But I mean, okay, I shouldn't jump to conclusions because the advice is always given to defendants to try to not show emotion, right, everybody? Apparently, Brian is a great cook. Okay, I'm sorry, TMTB. My mind went to a very bad place. My mind went to a very bad place. And I'm sure I'm completely wrong. Okay, I'm completely wrong. Bring my mind back. Oh my goodness, you guys should see my little dog right now. She is laying in the sun on her dog bed. Her dog bed is huge, but she's laying where her neck is on the edge of the dog bed and her head is like I need to take a picture. And I don't know how my dog can always tell when I'm about to take a picture. Oh my gosh, this is the cutest thing, everybody. I don't know if I could show it to you guys if you'll see it. Oh, the screen. I don't think it will show. Too bad. Here, what if I zoom in? Can you tell if I zoom in? What do you think? Should I make this a community post? Should I? Let me know in the comments what you think. Oh my goodness, the chat got kind of quiet. What are you guys doing? Tell me. Okay, I should make it a community post. Okay. I'm going to crop it a little bit and I'm going to do a little bit of Lightroom on it. And make sure that oh my gosh, she's so cute. You guys, why? Why are these dogs so adorable? She's such a good girl, everybody. I've been spending so much time at the computer. Like, once this trial finishes, everybody, I'm also trying to edit videos, trying to make the recap, trying to post another video on revealing the narc. So, okay, let's go into Lightroom. Let's edit it really quick. Oh my gosh, so precious. Oh goodness, everybody. Tell me in the comments, do you think the prosecution will rest today? I don't think so. I'm hoping we hear from more than just the parole officer. Oh, so Carol is multitasking, listening to the trial and posting the European royal fashion on your Instagram, right, Carol? Carol, feel free to drop a link to your Instagram so that people can follow you there. You post such beautiful pictures about royal fashion. Okay, I'm excited to read it to TMTB. It'll go on the to-do list.
Let's try that question again.
So, sir, I know it's been 3 years.
It has been.
To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walsh say to you that led you to say that people are complex?
The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th,
Okay,
yes, she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
And Your Honor, move to strike.
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And I know we're
Yeah,
all
I understand. Sure.
jumping in the middle.
Sure.
It's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
So you had the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? If you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are
Your Honor, move
complex.
to strike. Maybe
All right,
we
I'll
can
strike the
decide that.
end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right, so just on December 29th.
Yeah.
What did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being,
I don't recall the exact words.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Marlene Ramdahal.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You can just follow me, please. Just take your time, just watch your step. Please.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Marlene Ramdahal.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlene, Marlenny. Last name Ramdehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer,
And what is your jurisdiction?
the District of Massachusetts,
Where is your office located?
in Taunton,
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walsh?
Since November of 2021?
And that's when you first met him?
Yes,
And how often did you see him?
approximately once every 60 days
And how did you see him?
at his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh is in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walsh, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities. So things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request,
And how would he do that?
again via email,
And who would he do that to?
myself.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife Anna was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle, the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged.
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30. Pick up children 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
Because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday, the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023 being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery, and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant
He did not.
for January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
I might have one moment.
You may.
This is a big deal, everybody. This is a big deal. Anna thought they were going to a restaurant. He was not authorized to go to a restaurant on
Cross-examine.
January 1st.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st? He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And to go out to a restaurant, that would have been correct.
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process that take quite a while to go through the federal court process.
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
But it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Anthony McCrenna.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Take your time to watch your step. Slide this chair right there a little more. You can have a seat. Put the chair a little closer. Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak. all right?
Yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrina, M-A-C-R-I-N-A,
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how, in that time, you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered southeastern Mass. So it's approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes,
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes,
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
How long so you can have the thumb drive marked next to the drive?
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence is 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering? If we could press pause. Mr. McCrenna, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now,
Yes.
at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you close out that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro exit purchasing? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Is that the baking soda or baking powder, everybody? Some of you said he purchased like 20 pounds of it or something along those lines. I want to see that receipt too, Demiao. I'm sure we're going to get it. Baking soda bags, TMTB says. This guy, dude. And he lied. He lied to, what's her name? Marlene, because he told Marlene on January 2nd, unauthorized leave at 3:53, he was picking up the kids. But we heard from the kinder care employee, the kids were there on January 3rd and 4th. She never said January 2nd. She never said January 2nd. The kids were not, in my opinion, in school that day. This is where his story is falling apart. Oh my gosh, I feel like we can breathe a sigh of relief because up until now, I've been like, they haven't proved premeditation, and we're starting to see, I think, a little bit of premeditation based on the schedule he submitted to Marlene on December 22nd. They were home with their mom. I know he's so smug. He grosses me out. I'm sorry, guys, that I get so... Where's the broom, Brian? Is it still at the house? Did they recover that broom? Also, are any of these surveillance footages slowed down? Because it feels like forever when they're finally done checking out.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCrenna, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
yes.
How are you able to find a receipt to correspond to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police,
And so then you look up the item number?
looked up the item number, and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes,
In good faith?
yes,
You turn this over to the police in January 2023.
yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection.
Receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261.
You may.
Thank you. Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom? Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds PM.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Kelly Roy, Paleo Logus.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Please. Take your time, just watch your step, okay? Sure, you can have a seat. Pull that
Thank you,
chair a
sir.
little closer. Just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak, okay? Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? Will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better. Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroy Paleologos, Kaliroi, last name Paliologos.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex,
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
In January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507.
Mhm.
So it's a really large
Yes, sir.
complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business
Yes, I do.
and in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turn these over to law enforcement in January 2023.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. There's sometimes there's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Did we see anything there? 5:15 on the 3rd coincides with the window of picking up the kids from school, 3:30 to 6:45 p.m. Did we see anything in that footage, everybody? Sorry if I missed it. Let me know in the
Now
comments.
be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors, everything all rise. Jurors, leave no quick speeches. Follow me. Watch your step, please.
seated.
Seated.
Does anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise. Close the recess.
Okay, everybody, let's do a quick summary. Let me fix the screen. Meow, can you send that to me maybe on X if possible? I have a lot of shorts I want to make today. I feel like today there was so much said that it would be much better if I, instead of making a recap video, I made a recap for yesterday's video, but there was footage I wanted to put in that I didn't get a chance to put in. But I think for today, I'm going to put some screenshotted things and maybe my recaps might be a couple days behind. Oh my goodness, you guys, we saw a lot. We saw a lot. Okay, so we had Jem continue his testimony. He was shown a ring that Anna had received as a gift from Brian worth a couple $100,000. Where this money comes from, I have no idea. Jem said they weren't drunk. Everyone was jovial. At some point, Brian said he misplaced his phone. When they ended up talking later, the defense says that, you asked repeatedly of Brian, did you guys have a fight? Did you guys have a fight? Because he couldn't understand why Anna would go missing. Because they never saw that there was a fight. So, all of us are looking at it like how suspicious to ask, did you guys have a fight? And we're seeing it like that would be motive. Like Brian would be capable of doing something or Anna would, I don't know. It's suspicious to ask that. But then the defense is saying, well, you're asking that because you didn't notice anything was different. Everything was totally fine. Nothing would explain Anna not responding unless there had been some sort of conflict. And the defense attorney is doing everything they can to make Jem look like a bad guy and does it like so covertly. Like at one point, she said under her breath, so you're a salesperson. And the implication there is, I don't know, you can convince people of anything. So it was I did not like how the defense approached Jem. At one point, he was asked if Anna and himself were confidants, and he said yes. And this kind of triggered a memory in me because we also heard from Will when Will was on the stand that he also called Anna a confidant. Okay, let me see. Yeah, he might have had it planned and was just acting lovey-dovey for the alibi. We'll get into that. Okay, so then the next person we heard from is Marlene Ramdahal. She is a senior U.S. probation officer. She met Brian in November 2021. She saw him approximately once every 60 days. He had home confinement which limited his movement in the community. He was only authorized to leave the home with a pre-scheduled pass that he would have to ask for before he could leave. He had set windows when he was allowed to leave and required to have an approved schedule before leaving. So there were some times that it was worked in his schedule that every single day at, 8 on weekdays from 8:30 to 10:30, he's dropping off the kids, things of that nature. These schedules needed to be approved by Marlene the Thursday before the week. He was allowed to leave for essential things, including if he had employment, if he had to visit an attorney, grocery shop, banking, grooming, things with the children, or to take care of his mother. And like I was saying, Thursdays, he would have to submit this schedule for what he required for the following week. And he would do this through an email. And we heard Brian's email has a handle of 10saleconsulting.com. What is 10saleconsulting.com? We need to find out. What is 10 Sale Consulting? He did not have permission to leave the state. A restaurant is not considered a necessity. Good to remember. In order to deviate from the schedule, he would need to submit a new schedule request by email. Now, we start hearing backwards in time of the things that Brian had asked permission for. Friday, January 6th, he actually saw Marlene in person. He submitted a schedule for January. He submitted the following week's schedule, which included a haircut on January 11th and on the 12th to meet with a probate attorney. On January 5th, he contacted Marlene to let her know that he had had law enforcement contact and that Anna was missing. He had a recurring schedule of dropping off the kids, which is from 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and a pass to assist his mom with errands and to pick up the kids. And the pickup of the kids was recurring from 3:30 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. This is on January 5th. Let's remember that we heard that the kids went to school on January 3rd and 4th from the kinder care employee. We have not heard that the kids went to school on January 5th. Okay, January 4th, he had approval to drop off the kids 8 to 10:30 a.m., groceries from 11 to 11:30 a.m., picking up kids 3:30 to 6:45 p.m. January 3rd, so January 4th, the kids were in school. January 3rd, we've had confirmation the kids were in school. Same thing, drop off and pick up kids, same schedule. And he had a recurring schedule to take the trash out from 7:50 to 8:20 p.m. because the trash was not on his property. So I think this is important because this is how sensitive his schedule for leaving the home is. He literally had to schedule time to take the trash outside of his property. January 2nd, he only had the permission to pick up and drop off kids, but he had an unauthorized leave at 3:53 p.m. You know what? This doesn't make sense because he had permission to pick up and drop off kids, but there was no school that day. So I think this part kind of confused me, but it was an unauthorized leave at 3:53 p.m. He told Marlene that he was picking up the kids per usual, but we just saw Home Depot footage that he was at Home Depot during that unauthorized leave. January 1st, he submitted a request to return his mom home at 3:30 p.m. She had surgery and he was taking her home. This was established the week before. So the Thursday before, he had established that on January 1st, he was going to be driving his mom home. Mom was not at home. We heard from Jem, the only people at the home December 31st going into January 1st were Jem, Anna, Brian, and the kids. We also heard that Anna was very excited. We heard this from the woman that had a pedicure next to Anna on New Year's Eve, that Anna was very excited to be going out to dinner to a restaurant on January 1st in the evening with Brian, and he never cleared that restaurant visit with Marlene. I don't think he really planned on going to dinner with Anna on January 1st. My impression of that. Okay, Cross, wasn't a whole lot of questioning that happened there. The next witness was Tony Macrina. He is a Home Depot district asset manager. This visit was January 2nd at 4:15 p.m., which we established was the time of his unauthorized leave. He was wearing gloves. He was wearing a face mask. And at this point, I remind everyone, this is January 2023. So not a lot of people were wearing, like, it wasn't mandated, as far as I know, in Massachusetts, to wear a face mask or gloves. And this explains why there may not have been a whole lot of DNA on the tools he used. Even when he purchased them, he was wearing gloves. He bought baking soda, among other items. Demiao is going to send me a video of the receipt. And many of you in the comments said that there was a plastic sheet, there were buckets that were purchased. And let me see what else you all said. Um, tarp was on the receipt. But I will put a screenshot here of what those items were, and there was no cross-examination of this witness. The next witness, I am so sorry, but I did not catch her name. Callie, something along those lines. So my apologies for not catching her name. She is a housing complex property manager. She showed footage from January 3rd, 2023, 5:11 p.m. of a car parked next to a dumpster backing out. And this moment actually fits the time when he is supposed to be picking up the kids from 3:30 to 6:30 p.m. So were the kids in the car? Did someone else pick up the kids? Questions. Questions that I hope the nanny's called. I hope Diana Walsh is called. I want to know who picked up the kids on that day, or were they in the car while Brian goes to this apartment complex to throw things in the trash. So that was all that we had right in this half of uh, the the trial. Let me see what all of you are saying. Um, okay, they were past the COVID regulations. Dallas said, "When did he buy the ring?" I don't know, but on it was December 31st that she was showing it to Jem. And the implication, as Dallas is saying, so basically she bought the ring and he took credit for it. Um, okay, so Lisa says, but the ankle monitor is a tracker, so they should be able to establish his whereabouts. They didn't go deep into all of that, right? I don't know why. I don't know why, Lisa. That's a great question. TMTB says, "Oh, I've heard his ankle monitor didn't have GPS." Darn. Well, thank you, TMTB, for bringing that. TMTB says they had even talked to the nanny about moving to DC with them, so she was close. Well, let's hope the nanny gets called. I would love to hear what the nanny has to say. And we thought prosecution was going to rest today. I don't know. I hope not, because there's a lot of people I still want to hear from. So everybody, let us all go take our lunch break. And I will see you all in about 45 minutes. Thank you so much for being here, contributing to the conversation. And yeah, so I am going to turn off my camera and my microphone. I will go back to sharing the screen of the courthouse. And here's that. There we go. And I will talk to everybody very soon. Thanks for being here.
You are unmuted.
Have a seat. What's the session?
So that conversation we had about the photo earlier, Commonwealth used a photo that is blurred out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth is to use the photo that is blurred out,
The blurry one.
the blurring one, and that's upon the representation that the defense is not contesting that that is a photo of her. Correct?
Not gonna know the blurred one is fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and there's no dispute that that's a photo of her, and you're content with me saying that to the jury.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, everybody. Here we go. Second half of the day. Let's see what's going to happen. Not a whole lot of activity that we're seeing right now. So everybody, we will be back on revealing the crime tomorrow. So just so everyone's aware, if you did enjoy this content and chatting with us today, please join us on revealing the crime. Okay, you can see Brian's LinkedIn page. TMTB says, I did notice one of the documentaries. Okay, everyone, I'm going to go on mute.
Please be seated. Clerk's now in session. Turn up your cell phones, please.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi.
Sir, if you just call me, please. Please, clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank
Right
you.
this way. Do me a favor, just take your time, just watch your step. You're gonna have a seat, just pull that a little close. Well, give me the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have the drive of the January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos of Norwell.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive of 1/4/23 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, may the call publish Exhibit 263.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Berlusconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video? You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play. Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, register 4, I believe.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And Your Honor, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Berlusconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I caught it to the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Berlusconi, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may? What was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions. Your Honor.
No cross. Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is this foundation for she's not here with us any long? No.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Alyssa Kirby.
Alyssa Kirby, everyone. This is Anna's friend. This is Anna's friend. We're getting, oh man, our witnesses today are, ooh, big deal. Okay, here we go.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Pull that chair a little tight.
Okay,
You may proceed.
thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, Alyssa Kirby, ALISSA KIRB as in boy, Y.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to DC, we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walsh about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walsh on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later it was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go, and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walsh that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walsh that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had.
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walsh?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So, what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought that the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, Anna's statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant, which she had said to Brian Walsh about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C. And also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
Oh, that she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills were, everything was in her name. So she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walsh?
She told me that, you know, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained. Yeah.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from DC to Massachusetts. It was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit. And that, yeah, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection. I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Wow, everybody, you can tell, you can see the emotion in this woman. So far, what we've seen today, the people that knew Anna, that were close to Anna, are telling similar stories. Look, we see that blocking body language again. This is 536. Blocking language from Brian again. Blocking body language, I'm sorry. But we are seeing that the people that really were close to Anna, including Alyssa and Jim today, are distraught on the stand.
Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that. And she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her, and that it was scary.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always.
Objection as to, I think. Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence.
It is already in evidence,
You may publish.
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture? Yes. Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and Anna.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th? Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you see Anna Walsh after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
When did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walsh?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walsh on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get texts from Brian Walsh?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I'm approaching with exhibit 164.
164?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
You want to just look at that for a moment. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay. Okay.
And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walsh respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for her at work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and
That's fine. That's
Okay.
all. And then what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the
Okay.
phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded.
You approach sidebar? Yes.
Wow, had the mom on the call with Alyssa? What is that about? Where's your mom, Brian? Sending her out to clean up your mess as usual? We need the mom on the stand. Her face said so much. Monarch, you mean Alyssa? Alyssa's shaken up. You can see her breathing. Lisa says she can't ask what the mom sounded like. Yikes. Well, luckily we heard it. So, the jury probably is going to have that stricken from the record, but we heard it. So my hypothesis, and I'm sure we were just talking about it in the chat, is that Alyssa said that Brian told Anna that Brian's mom went to a psychic and the psychic said that Anna was having an affair. I think that it was a PI that told Diana. Brian knew that it was a PI that told Diana, but didn't want to tell Anna that a private investigator was hired. And so the lie was about a psychic in order to see if Anna would start talking. And I mean, this is TMTB. Here it is. It's being served on a platter for us. The premeditation, Anna, the people that are nearest and dearest to Anna have said the word marital problems, have said the word frustrated. We're hearing from Alyssa. She had set up her home in DC. She wanted to know legally what it would look like if she could take the kids. She wanted Brian to take a deal and go face jail time so their family could move on. That is the point of That is how far at the end of her rope Anna had reached, that she wants him to just accept the consequences, get it over with, and let's be done with it. Monarch says her face when she was going to talk about the mom, she leaned back, open eyes, and the kind of look you give when you're put on the offensive and taken aback. She leaned back as she recalled. Yeah, so I see what you're saying. Lisa says, I know someone who hired a PI to follow my friend. He would always tell her, God told me. Yeah, because they don't want to admit that it's a PI, so they have to come up with something else. And if it's something spiritual, something from another dimension, or something along those lines, oh, look, we're seeing more of that body blocking, 549. then it's difficult to not explain it away, but you always wonder, is it true? Did the psychic, yeah, especially if you're having the affair, did the psychic really know? You know, is there some spiritual thing that's telling on me? Jen J, you caught up. Good. Okay, glad you're back. TMTB says, I remember Chris Watts and his mother issues. I don't remember about Chris Watts and his mother issues. I didn't follow that too much. Like I remember what he did, how he did it. I remember the way he was acting in interviews and all of that. But I don't remember about the mom. Look at him smiling at his lawyer. Ugh, grosses me out.
Going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm gonna swap out one and give you another. Recognize that jacket.
Yes.
Can you tell me what?
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right, any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket, in a jacket. Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And I'd ask that this be published to the jury. Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cross?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kirby.
Good afternoon.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Spire?
Yes.
And obviously, you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay.
Okay.
And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in DC.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that was what she would tell me. Yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays.
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit. And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just asking me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas. And so that worried me. So I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes, he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone.
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday
Mhm.
and that he worried you.
Mhm.
You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that was what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was their relationship. They were open and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective, yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in DC with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow.
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate.
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on. Yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing a lot and she just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier, falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th, the week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Right.
You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes.
Yes, okay.
Oh, I apologize. And she told you that, she said to Brian, you know, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say like this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was what, because the sentencing hadn't happened. So we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility, have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant
Okay.
jail time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together
Mhm.
and that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
She stated it, she can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
she said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to, I think. All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walsh?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him. And that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And yeah, that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, you know, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As to, I
Again,
think she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think
Okay.
or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay. Sorry.
And on December 29th of 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Also, counsel at the side of the bench.
Okay, everyone. There's about an hour left in the court day. You can tell this woman cared about Anna a lot. Yep. Doesn't that sound? Who does that sound like, Demiao? Doesn't say I love you, but always wants to hear that she loves him. That man loves me so much. Right? SMH. I sense cluster B all over this guy. And she finally told him, not as much. Not as much. She told him, I've fallen out of love with you. Or I'm falling out of love with you. This man was desperate. Yeah, I think today is the day that we are seeing the premeditation, right, everybody? Today is the day. That's funny. Did we out? Oh my goodness, excuse me. TMTB says, so his mom could have paid his debt, but she didn't like Anna, so they would have been beholden to her if she paid it. Yeah, Agatha says it's happening too. We're seeing today, I think, is the first day we're starting to see the premeditation, because now we heard from two people that were very close to Anna and told us what she was going through. And to be honest, everybody, I bet if we go back and watch Will Fastow's testimony, I think we'll see it there too. I think we may have been premature in the case. We didn't really know what to look for, but I bet you if we look back at what Will was saying, he was acting the same way as Jem and Alyssa.
Simply an agreement of the parties. Stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud and transportation for a scheme to defraud and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case. Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you. With that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence that it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin today. Thank you very much. And before we leave, I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night, jurors.
Is everything all right? First, please leave your notebooks in the chair. Watch your step.
Look at this idiot thinking he won. Look, now that they rested, look at his. Oh, what a disgusting man this is. What a disgusting man.
Have you seen it?
What do we need to discuss?
First, we probably need to discuss, if it would move for required finding or not.
Go right ahead.
And
She can share.
Give me a second to read your pleading.
You guys, if the defense isn't calling anyone, closing arguments are tomorrow, right? Please call Brian to the stand. Please call him, please. No nanny. Charlie, yes, the other Lex, it's in Massachusetts. And some
Frank,
of,
I'll hear from you.
for the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required finding, is that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here, the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walsh was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walsh was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison, and that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair, and where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walsh did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow. They have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand a Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. And in fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walsh reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand, we understand that Whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing. And I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says, since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point, because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walsh. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walsh, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, a broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products, are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I'd also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court. That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin in Thanksgiving, over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the Chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th, and he also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in DC. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to DC, the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walsh were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in DC. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury, and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right. The Latimer standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
I understand. You indicated to me at the side of the bench there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are. Can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
What sidebar? There's no jury present. Let us hear it. They don't need to do sidebar. It's just us here. Just all of us streaming. Did you see how this creep, that is going to be the first short I'm going to make after we get off of this live, is how wide he smiled after prosecution rested, because he thought, be free and clear. Now the defense is going to try to get it thrown out. He really thought it's not for the public. Oh, Lisa, what do I need to do to not be part of the public and be part of that so I could hear? I want to hear it. I want to hear the sidebar. I know, I'm glad the jury gets it. I mean, there's just too much, and it shows this guy's delusion. That smile after prosecution rested showed the DNA on the hacksaw and on the hammer and the tissues and the slippers. Excuse me, sir? Yeah. Unbelievable. Yes, most of it, the other Lex, is on my other channel, Revealing the Crime. I purposely live streamed on this channel today because I feel like maybe not a lot of my followers on this channel know about the crime channel. So, but starting tomorrow, we are going to be live streaming back on Revealing the Crime. And I mean, this is it. I may, once I release the short, maybe I'll release them on Revealing the Narc, just to get more awareness out that I am covering this trial. All of us have learned they weren't the other Lex, but he was wearing gloves and he used a lot of cleaning agents. But he was caught on video purchasing. He was caught on video purchasing them, and this sneaky guy was even wearing gloves when he was purchasing the items. So even at Home Depot, at Lowe's, he was wearing gloves when he bought the hacksaw, I forget all the Monarch. I think this is much worse than a narc. I think, and you all tell me this because I always mix up sociopath and psychopath, but one of them has a blatant disregard for law, and this guy's a charlatan. He defrauded his dad. He defrauded when he tried to sell that Andy Warhol painting. How in the world does this guy have hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy Anna a ring? I don't trust it. Where is the money? Where is the money coming from? Yeah, this guy is a creepy dude, and I'm going to classify as cluster B. And I like saying cluster B because that includes narcissists, it includes antisocial personality disorder, and antisocial personality includes sociopaths and psychopaths. And we, all of us as a general public, are so lucky because these cluster B people have the same pattern: the love bombing, the discarding, the devaluing. It's all the same, just their manner is a little bit different. The motivation is a little bit different. Did the wife have a large life insurance policy? Yes, she had life insurance through her work. She was the breadwinner, by the way. This guy did not work because he was under investigation by the government for his fraud cases. And in 2022, we heard testimony today, he made $50,000 to $60,000 in 2022, whereas Anna made almost $300,000 that year. She had life insurance through her work that was twice her annual salary. Her annual salary was $220,000 a year. She also had private life insurance. And get this, when we had the MetLife guy, the private health insurance guy talk, Brian could not get life insurance because of his fraud issues. So if anything happened to Brian, Anna would never get a payout because he wasn't qualified to get life insurance because of his investigation, his criminal investigations. Did Anna have other valuable assets? Yes, she owned a townhome in DC. They owned several properties together. It appears most of those properties were under Anna's name. She had recently sold one of those properties and was planning on taking the profit from those properties and investing in other properties. Now, they both knew, Brian and Anna both knew, that there would be restitution that would need to be paid. So it might be that they purposely didn't allow Brian's name on a lot of valuable things because it could be seized in order to pay the restitution. So let's give this guy that benefit, okay? That might be why on paper he may not have had too much access to money, and it was perhaps set up that way. But yeah. Yeah. I bet he didn't make that much, and that's just it. He never really had a job. Right? We haven't heard of him having a job. He, like, had a startup or something like that, but nothing ever happened with that. Oh, the other Lex. Okay, I hope that you'll join us because your expertise. I mean, I'm like leading and talking about it and I'm live streaming it, but I have to tell you, I don't know law. The restitution wasn't announced officially until February of 2024, and this was after Anna had already died. She had You mean now, Charlie, who was handling it? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know, but we know who was handling her store credit. This guy took her store credit from TJ Maxx and Marshalls to buy cleaning supplies. Can you believe it? He used her own store credit to buy cleaning supplies for the mess he made. Oh, the other legs, really? Okay, that's cool. So who's handling Charlie, I don't know. I don't know. That's something we should look into. Who's handling her property? Her mom is in Serbia. Her sister is in Canada, I believe. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but today was a big day. Right, everybody? Today was a big day. We heard a lot of personal type of information about Anna. Yes, someone should be handling that for the kids. Charlie, yeah, that sounds good. Lots of bath rugs and bath mats and towels. Yeah. He bought a lot rugs. Did I say rugs? Yeah, TMDB says he's an fashion swindler. My dad would call him a charlatan. He's a charlatan. Yeah, I hope they are in a trust for the kids as well, baby grandma. Yeah, Agatha says I would guess the sister would be handling the assets. Yeah. We found out so much information about Brian's mom. I hope I mean, do we know, are they pursuing anything against Brian's mom in this case? Look, everybody, look the other likes, how much everybody's like, please join us. It was money, and also Anna was having an affair, and it he was losing control of her. They originally lived near Boston in Massachusetts. She got a job in the spring of 2022 in Washington, D.C. She moved to Washington, D.C., bought a beautiful townhome, 4 stories big, had the kids' bedroom set up, had a fitness room there, and she was getting frustrated because Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts, and she wanted his everything, that court case, to be over with so that everybody could move, or the children could move and be with her in DC. Yeah, and the affair was a big deal. The affair was a big deal. They wanted to show that Brian knew about the affair. That was one of the big motives. Okay, look what TMTB said. He really did have 2 real Warhol paintings. He swindled them from a friend's parents in South Korea. Then he had fakes made, which he then sold. And this is what makes me think, remember, Anna found on her credit card statements that Brian had bought sports memorabilia, and she was upset about that. My guess, based on this guy's history, is that he was planning on swindling those. He was gonna make replicas and sell and keep the real ones. That was my guess. Yes, the lover was a witness. His name is Will Fastow, and he testified last Thursday. So last Thursday was day 4. So if you wanna go watch his testimony, the other Lex, it's the live stream, day 4. Yeah, a no body case. He admitted to disposing of the body but denies killing her and delayed reporting her missing. Yep. And he also pled guilty to misleading the police. Yeah. I wonder if there's any charges that are going to be filed, or if they're preparing to file charges against his mom. I would love to hear about that. Why don't we do a quick recap since we're waiting right now? Let's do a quick recap of what has happened. It was a lot after break. Maybe I should wait. He wrote a ransom note. You're right, Agatha. There was an Okay, we don't know for certain he wrote it. And the judge even said, we don't know where this came from. But one of the police officers said that it was Officer Schmidt, I want to say, that on the tip line, he received a ransom email. You're absolutely right, Agatha. I forgot about that. No, the mom did not take the stand. Would that be a tactic because they're waiting to file charges on the mom? Could that be possible? Oh, the other Lex, I don't know. Okay, Lisa says there's no statute of limitations on murder. She could be charged at any time, even 30 years from now. Agatha says, I thought it came from the second Google account he made on his MacBook. It totally could have been. I just remember that the judge did address the jury about that email, if I'm not mistaken. And that was like day 1 going into day 2 of testimony. Yeah, Monarch, he disposed of his body with an ankle monitor, but left his phone at home. His mom was in cahoots, the other Lex is asking. I think is very suspicious. I think it's very suspicious. Is it a statue or a statute of limitations? Right, Jen J? Oh, Seinfeld and Kramer. His hair looks very dirty. Doesn't he get to shower in jail? I have to tell you, baby grandma, his hair has looked like this a lot. I remember thinking it's quite oily. Gross. We talk about that and he starts scratching his head. Okay, the cops didn't consider the ransom email to be pertinent. Didn't the IT expert say it? Agatha is asking. Yeah, gross, baby grandma, right? Gross. I can't believe the prosecution rested today, everybody. And do you all think the defense is going to come in with witnesses, or do you think they will rest? The other Lex is asking about that ransom email. I'm going to do a quick chat GBT search. Lisa, there's another case where the ransom email came from the husband's office. I remember it was from someone named Richard, like the email address had Richard in it. Does that sound familiar to all of you? ChatGPT can't see it. Okay, let's go ask Grok. Grok has better information, right?
All right. So I think we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything? All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, that's that, everybody. Let me stop sharing and let's finish off with the rest of today. Let's do a quick summary. And before we get into all of that, just a reminder that everything that we are talking about here, viewer discretion is advised. The topics we talk about are disturbing, and we are finishing out day 7 of the Anna Walshe trial. Prosecution has officially rested, and we are waiting to find out what's going to happen tomorrow. Now, while we were in the chat, people started mentioning about this ransom type email that was talked about on day 1 or day 2. So let's do a quick review of that. So okay, so this is what we have. The email Richard Walker 9984 sent an email to Cohasset Police Department on January 7, just 6 days after Anna went missing. It claimed to hold Anna Walshe captive and demanded $127,000 for her release, referencing a supposed deal that she had messed up. The full text read, "We have the so-named Anna Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Investigators immediately flagged the email as likely a hoax or unrelated crank message for several reasons. It provided no instructions for payment. No verifiable evidence supported the claim, and the account Richard Walker could not be traced to a real person connected to the case. So that's what I have with regards to that. Okay, so let's talk about what we saw after lunch. We saw the TJ Maxx employee, Christopher Bernasconi, showed us video footage. In that video footage, they told us before they showed it that there was going to be someone that they were going to blur out the face because it was someone under the age of 18. I immediately assumed that it was going to be one of the children, but it actually wasn't. It was the employee that worked at TJ Maxx was under 18. And what we see, this is footage from January 4th, 2023, 9:44 a.m. Just as a reminder, this falls into that window of time that Brian is supposed to be dropping off his kids at school, according to his, what's it called? According to the court-appointed house arrest. So he was at TJ Maxx and not dropping off the kids. I mean, he dropped off the kids and there's quite a lot of gap in there. It takes him over 2.5 hours to drop kids off at school. Anyways, then we had the second big witness for today, and that is Alyssa Kirby. Alyssa Kirby is one of Anna's closest friends. She lived in DC, about 5-minute walking distance from Anna. We see that this woman is highly emotional. She takes a lot of deep breaths. Her eyes well up with tears a lot. This is someone who cared deeply about Anna. She says they're really close friends. They met through Alyssa's brother, and they called each other new best friends. They clicked like sisters. Alyssa is then asked about Will Fasteau, the man that Anna was dating, and Anna talked about him being the man who sold her the house, and hearing of him as a person, Anna told Alyssa that she was interested, had a crush on Will, but did not talk about there actually being a romantic connection there. She talked about her hopes and interest in him, but did not disclose that there was actually a relationship happening there. Anna tells Alyssa that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will. So that's interesting. Now we know that Brian knew Anna had a crush on Will. And then we hear about what's going on Christmas Day. Now, if we remember Christmas Day, let's think about Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve, Anna was supposed to catch a flight back to go back to Boston, but she missed that flight. And we heard from Will that she actually spent Christmas Eve with Will. The following day, she was supposed to catch an early morning flight to Boston, but the flight was canceled due to weather. So instead, Anna decided to drive. And Brian, I guess, had been trying to contact her on that day, on Christmas Day, didn't hear from her, and as a result, called Alyssa and asked Alyssa, have you heard from Anna? I haven't heard from Anna in a little bit. And Alyssa says, you know what? I can go check in on her home, see if she's there. But within about 10 minutes, Brian gets in touch with her again, texts her and says, don't worry, Anna responded. Anna ended up calling Alyssa a short while later, and she was very upset and angry. She was upset that Brian would have called her because she had only not spoken to Brian for about an hour and a half or 2 hours. So Anna was upset. Why would Brian go have this huge search for her when it hadn't even been that long that they had talked? Alyssa and Anna had planned to get together to celebrate New Year's, but they would be celebrating before the New Year's because Anna would be with her family, with Brian and the kids, I should say. And on December 29th, Alyssa would characterize as Anna looking heartbroken. They started off going to a bar near the home. Then they went to a karaoke and dancing bar. They were out for about 6 hours. And Alyssa said that Anna was kind of breaking down because everything was hard, and it was unusual because Anna was usually so strong. She really hit a breaking point, and this is something Alyssa said multiple times. And according to Alyssa, she was upset about her marriage. She was upset about being so far from the kids. She was upset that the federal case was delayed. And again, she says she was at a breaking point. Anna wanted her family to be together, and she wanted Brian to take responsibility. And in taking responsibility, what Anna meant is for him to accept jail time, admit wrongdoing, own his mistakes, and do what he needed to do to get the family together again. And according to Alyssa, Anna thought that it was estimated that Brian would need to spend about a year in prison. She was also, during this night out with Alyssa, was wondering if she could legally take the children to DC. She disclosed to Alyssa that everything in DC was set up in Anna's name, such that she could have the kids with her. She mentioned that Anna and Brian had not been intimate in a long time, like over a year, is what Alyssa said. And Alyssa said that Anna felt her energy was being really drained because Brian was being very needy of her, kept constantly calling her. And she mentioned that Anna felt Brian's mental health was declining. And ultimately, in summary, Alyssa said Brian called her several times a day. The travel was a lot. It was a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit. She felt she had to be emotionally the strong one. And this is what she means by Anna felt her energy was being drained. Okay, then we hear that Brian told Anna that Brian's mom went to a psychic, and this psychic said that Anna was having an affair. Brian communicated this to Anna, and Brian, when he did communicate it to Anna, he said it in a way like, doesn't this sound crazy? And this is according to Alyssa. Now, we've all heard that Brian's mom hired a private investigator, and we heard that they were hired to find Anna, like after she went missing. But so many have said that the private investigator was actually hired beforehand. And what I think is that I'm making a lot of assumptions here, okay? I think that Brian's mom hired the private investigator before Anna went missing, found out Anna's having an affair. We know Anna spent Christmas Eve at Will Fasto's home. So we know that. And I think Brian wanted to bring this up to Anna, but didn't want to say that a private investigator was hired. So he said it was a psychic had said it. And the reason that I think the distinction is different is because when you hire a private investigator, you're telling them follow that specific person, versus if you go to the psychic, you have no control what the psychic is going to tell you. Are they going to tell you about your dog or your mom or your dad or your sister or your friend or whatever? So I think it was a way for Brian to bring up the affair, but then also scoot out from under it. Then Anna told Alyssa that she felt that Brian's mom never really liked her and never really wanted her in the picture. We hear, and many of you in the comments said this, that when Alyssa, oh wait, we'll get to that in a minute. Then Alyssa is shown a picture of herself with Anna, and she starts crying. She says she did not see her after that evening. They went out December 29th, going into December 30th. And she expected to return to DC January 3rd or 4th, and spoke to her after midnight on New Year's Eve. She got a text from Brian on the 2nd. We didn't really hear a lot about that text. Then there was a text conversation on January 3rd where Alyssa is told that Anna is missing. There were some conversations and phone calls that happened on the 3rd, and one phone call had Brian's mom on the call too. And Alyssa says the mom was combative, and as soon as that word is said, the defense objects, and it was stricken from the record. So unfortunately, we did not hear what Alyssa meant by Brian's mom being combative on the phone. Okay, I'm going to take a short break because that was a lot of talking. My lips got kind of dry. Let me read what you are all saying in the comments. Let's see. Okay, Anna's mom lives in Serbia. Yep, Anna speaks English. Her mother in Serbia doesn't, according to Lisa. TMTB says the children were in the house the whole time. He did the dismemberment in the basement, allegedly. Lisa says it seems to have happened after 1:30 a.m. I'm sorry, so the children would be sleeping. Demiel says sister in Canada, and she wrote a letter to support Brian Walshe house arrest because she was thankful for his help when their mom had a stroke in December 2021. So again, this is before what happened with Anna, right? So when that letter of support was written, I think not all the information is known. Have the children been interviewed in the judge's chambers? I don't know the other legs. TMDB says Brian possibly coached the 6-year-old because he told the sergeant that he talked to Anna early January 1st and saw her leave for the Uber or the airport, and that never happened. I did see that yesterday, TMTB, from that video that you had suggested. Okay. Monarch says, I wish it could have been redirected about Brian's mom, but maybe not since she isn't charged. Yeah, I wish we knew more about Brian's mom. Okay, so then we get into cross-examination of Alyssa. We find out about questions about Anna's employment, how she worked a lot. There was reiteration Brian wasn't jealous of Will because Brian knew that Anna had a crush on him, and Anna herself had said that she wished that her husband would actually get jealous of Anna having a crush on someone else, but he didn't. We hear about how Anna had been sleeping more, sleeping earlier at night and sleeping later during the day, meaning she spent more time in bed. And they're trying to say that Anna was depressed, maybe mental health wasn't great, maybe she wasn't in perfect health, because we know that the defense did try to say that Anna died of natural causes. So that could be another reason why they were mentioning the sleep patterns changing. And then the defense made sure that we knew that on December 20th, Anna and Alyssa had plans, but Anna canceled them because she wasn't feeling well. Okay, then we have a redirect, and we find out from this redirect that this is the worst, guys. Brian would not tell Anna he loved her and always asked how much she loved him. And she responded to him the most recent time he asked this, not as much, and that she was falling out of love. And it is with this that the prosecution rested. Then we had the defense try to make a case that there hasn't been enough evidence presented for this to go to the jury, and then the prosecution came in, made an excellent statement about why this should go to the jury. It's probably a good summary and a good indicator of what we should expect in the closing arguments. Yeah, and I do want to say that when prosecution rested, the evil smile that Brian had on his face, thinking he got away with something, that is going to be the very first short clip I am going to make after we are done here, because this is a man with grandiose thoughts that, after seeing all the evidence we've seen so far these last 7 trial days, that this could be thrown out because this is where the prosecution rested. Evil. Evil, evil. And I know we're supposed to walk into this with the presumption of innocence, but I don't. I don't believe it. I think he did it. I think he killed her. I think he dismembered her. I think his motive was financial and he was jealous that Anna had someone else, had another partner. So that is where I'm going to end today. Everybody, we are going to continue all of this tomorrow on Revealing the Crime. Same time, 6 a.m., but we'll do it on my Revealing the Crime channel. And we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know. Are we going into closing ceremonies like it's the Olympics? No. Are we going into closing arguments, or is the defense going to be calling witnesses? So we will find that all out tomorrow. Let me see what your comments are. Okay. Sounds like the other Lex is saying, sounds like the prosecution laid out some good evidence. The defense's job is to create reasonable doubt. TMTB says misinforming the parole officer in advance about his mother and then not getting permission for the date night. Yep. TMTB. Yep. That's all true. Had she visited or retained a divorce attorney? We have not heard of that happening. The other Lex. Baby grandma asked, do you remember what the channel is or what the video is called? Thanks. I think, if I'm not mistaken, baby grandma, the channel is Law and Crime. And I think it's Officer Buchanek, Yuri Buchanek, who is on the stand talking about how the mom, Brian's mom, acted during the first day of questions during the investigation. Yeah, so I will see you all in the morning tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching along with me. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, a good night, and a great evening. Bye, everybody.